to Let's Play Fallout New Vegas. Last time when we left off, I had just finished exploring the Hoover Dam, and we did the How Little We Know quest at Gomorrah, dealing with the Omertas, in such a way that we crossed the point of no return for siding with the Legion. I made a hard save before we did that. And now, rather than continue progressing the main story with the unhappy Legion, I'm going to backtrack a little bit because I did promise we'd go through all 4 endings. And my focus this morning is going to be on seeing through the Legion ending before we reload those saves that still work for all 3 of the other endings. So, for here, we're going to highlight Render Unto Caesar, because the first thing we need to do is kill Mr. House. Let's exit Hoover Dam, head back to the Strip, and do exactly that. Hi Karis, hi Cyclo, hi Lone Wonder, I'm feeling well. Thank you for the Freedom Day wishes. I am doing very well, thank you for asking. Completely better relative to yesterday. Ooh, the Rangers have arrived. Alright, I can't remember exactly how far we have to go before the transportal ponder works. But I am going to offload before zipping over to the Strip to deal with Mr. House. Freedom Day, Legion ending. True. And then again, if memory serves, the game tries pretty hard to convince you that the Legion aren't that bad after all. If you go with their ending. Alright, what do we got? A few nades. We're doing one ending where I fist fight Lanius. Sure, why not? We'll give Lanius the old ass punch at least once. I usually like to talk him down, since my speech is always at 100, but we'll give Lanius the old ass punch at least once. Why not? We're built for it after all.
Will Sir be staying for any Will Sir be staying for any
Alright. Off to the Strip. Good morning, Petey. How are you? It's good to see you, my friend. Welcome back. Welcome back to morning streams. Been a while since we did one of these during the week. Alright. Back to the strip. Let's pop open a highly caffeinated 0-calorie beverage. And I've gotten hungry. Did I forget to bring food? I totally forgot to bring food. Oh, that was stupid. Shouldn't hurt me too badly. Well, the game's not going to end, but yes, this stream we're planning on getting a real ending. Let's head inside the Lucky 38. Also, good morning, Maya. Good to see you, as always. Let's go to the penthouse. Alright. So to kill Mr. House, we just need to mess with this terminal. Open antechamber. Warning, unauthorized user. Proceed? Yes. That turns everybody hostile, as you can see. Well, hostile-ish. I thought for sure that would destroy him. Huh. Seriously? All the way out here? No. Autosave. Can't believe I forgot to quick save. That was really stupid. Maybe I can just sneak by all the Securitrons. That'd be faster. Not even bother trying to kill them. It looked like I probably could, didn't it? After all, this isn't part of my real playthrough yet. No ass to punch. True. That could be the problem. Alright. Security override. Starting. Unlock control room elevator. Yes. Rusty, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome. Alright. To the control room. You can see Mr. House in there. He actually... There is a human body inside this thing. Unseal life support chamber. Warning, microbial infection risk. Proceed? Yes. Oh, you know what? I bet that's it. My strength is down because I'm hungry. That's why it wasn't a one-shot. Well, that's gross.
Why have you done this? Centuries of preparation. So much good undone.
By Caesar's command, you will die.
Slavery. The future of mankind. What have you done?
Time for you to die, Mr. House.
May there be a hell for you. A time Traitorous, bleak, unending.
Note added, a tragedy has befallen all mankind, and you do lose karma for killing Mr. House. The game thinks that's bad. Robert Edwin House, 261, President, CEO, and sole proprietor of the New Vegas Strip, industrialist and technologist, founder, president, and CEO of the multi-billion-dollar pre-war robotics and software corporation, Robco Industries, has died. Generally recognized by Mr. House to be mankind's only hope of long-term survival, Mr. House's passing may well sound a death knell for the entire human race. Lost forever is his bounty of knowledge concerning human longevity, the depth and breadth of which could, as he was apt to say, fill several textbooks. He was not exaggerating. Though he did not achieve his goal of functional immortality, let us not forget that he died at the age of 261. How many people do that? I mean, come on. Also lost forever are House's singular personality, force of will, vision, and leadership ability. The probability of an equally capable figure emerging from the current human population to lead mankind to a future of equivalent quality is less than 0.000112% by objective measures too complex to detail in this obituary. Personality and force of will. Born June 25, 2020, House was orphaned at an early age when his parents died in a freak accident, autogyro lightning. Though cheated of his inheritance, House attended the prestigious institute in Massachusetts and founded Robco Industries on his 22nd birthday. Within 5 years, it was one of the most profitable corporations on Earth. Vision. By 2065, House was certain that an atomic war would soon devastate the planet. At great personal expense, he developed technologies to ensure the structural integrity of the city of Las Vegas, as it was known at the time. On the day of the Great War, 77 atomic warheads targeted the city. Mr. House defeated them all. Talk about vision. Leadership. Mr. House survived the war, of course, and would later recruit the three families, negotiate the Treaty of New Vegas, and rebuild the Vegas Strip. While these achievements yielded many immediate benefits, they were all part of House's master plan to reignite mankind's quest for technological advancement, a plan without which the human race has nowhere to go and nowhere to turn. We'll revise and finish this up later, have set the age at death to update automatically. Obit makes salient points, but pearls before swine, of course. Let's hope the ingrates never have cause to read it. Who knows how many of them are even literate. Absolute zero karma run. I'm not worrying about karma at all. Oh yeah. See, now everything's fine. I guess these are my Securitrons now. Alright. So with House dead, we've failed the House always wins, but we can report to Caesar, return to Caesar, and report that Mr. House has been neutralized. We will do that. Go ahead and travel to the fort.
By order of Caesar.
Keep holdout weapons. See if any of these people happen to be carrying some food.
Howdy again.
Show me what you have for sale. I need some food, yo. Gecko steak. A couple of those will do the job.
Another satisfied customer.
Much better. Alrighty. I was at neutral karma, though. I think, yeah, killing Mr. House pushed me over to evil. Not that it matters. Does Victor have any new dialogue now that House is dead? That's a good question. I'm sure we'll be back at the strip. I'll check when we get there. We'll also ultimately kill Mr. House for 2 of the other 3 endings, so we can check then too, if nothing else.
Was there more for us to discuss?
I've read Mr. House's obituary. Had a high opinion of himself, didn't he? With Mr. House out of the way, I can focus on smoothing out a few lingering complications elsewhere in the Mojave. First up are the boomers of Nellis Air Force Base. A tribe so reclusive, it lobs artillery shells at anyone who comes near their settlement. I want you to offer them an alliance with my Legion. My terms are simple. Target their guns against the NCR side of the dam when I assault it, and they can keep their freedom. If you find they aren't amenable to this offer, destroy them.
I've already won over the boomers. They'll do as I say. Earn the trust of the boomers and forge an alliance between them and the Legion, or optional, kill the boomer leadership to neutralize the boomers as a threat to the Legion.
Even with the boomers to deal with, you have questions?
Tell me about the boomers.
The boomers built the old air base north of Las Vegas many years ago. No one knows exactly how long it's been. It may be that no one's traded with them or even spoken to them that entire time. If so, they're sitting on one hell of a stockpile of ammunition.
Don't you know anything about their society?
My scouts have seen people moving around the base. The perimeter's guarded, with spotters in towers directing the artillery fire. They must have extraordinary vision. Some of my scouts were targeted at extreme distances. So no, I can't tell you what to expect inside the base. No one's been inside it, except them.
Talk about something else. That's enough questions for now.
What else, then?
I've already won over the boomers. They'll do as I say.
Is that so? You are good, aren't you? If the boomers will toe the line, I can focus on other preparations. But not without first rewarding your initiative. Now, moving on. I want you to forge an alliance between Caesar's Legion and the White Glove Society. They used to be cannibals. I expect that information can be used to manipulate them. Go to... Oh, God damn it!
Medicine 40, is this the first time you've experienced sudden onset headaches?
Never this bad before. Fuck this. I'm going to lie down. Come back later. Tomorrow.
Okay.
Was there more for us to discuss?
He's got nothing.
Yes. Do you have...
Inform Caesar that the White Glove Society won't support the Legion. Your reputation as a good-natured friend of the community manages to outshine your dark side for the NCR. Oh yeah, here we go. Don't tread on the bear. Little escapes the eyes of NCR Rangers. If you continue to work with Caesar's Legion, the NCR will brand you a terrorist. Oh, cannot wait in this location. Alright, well, we just have to kill time until the following day. I think we can wait out here at least. Yes. Wow. Tomorrow is 20 hours away. Oh well. Some Oblivion tier shit. Yes, it was. Need water, no surprise there.
It's reached me that you killed Silas before he could talk. I approve. The last time we met, I believe we were talking about the White Glove Society.
Medicine 40. I'm concerned your headaches might be symptoms of a more serious condition.
I appreciate your concern, but I'm in excellent health. And we have other matters to discuss. Have you been successful in your efforts to recruit the White Glove Society?
I have some questions to ask.
Even with the White Glove Society to deal with, you have questions?
What do you know of the White Glove Society?
There were tales once of a cannibal tribe near Vegas. One that hid itself in a cavern far below ground, hunting men as prey above. The scouts I occasionally sent west many years ago reported these tales, but never had contact. Well, except the ones who went missing, perhaps. There are rumors that the White Gloves might be this lost tribe. Maybe you can help them find themselves.
How could savage cannibals run the Ultralux?
Culture is an odd thing. Sometimes a tribe grows tired of its identity, grabs for an opportunity to reimagine itself. The tribe becomes its own antithesis. Everything flips to the opposite polarity. Dialectics tells us that this can't last. There has to be a synthesis, the final sorting out.
Let's talk about something else. That's enough questions
What
for
else?
now. There's no way the White Glove Society will be cannibals again. I've already seen to that.
You've been resourceful in the past. Why are you a failure now? You'd best step up your performance with this next assignment. I want you to destroy the Mojave chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel. It's not a full-strength chapter, mind you. The profligates...
Hidden Valley bunker key added. Are you okay?
Huh? Yeah. 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 The Brotherhood. Them.
Medicine 40. You just experienced an absence seizure. Was this the first time?
I don't know. There have been a couple.
Medicine 40. I'm concerned you may have a serious neurological condition.
Don't. Just leave it alone. I'm fine. Now, what was I saying? Right. Look for the Brotherhood's bunker around, Hidden Valley. My scouts saw some things. I'm going to bed. We'll talk later.
Alright. Destroy the Brotherhood of Steel's bunker. Easy enough. So a lot of the four endings are just going to be this, bouncing around, dealing with the side factions one way or another. So having all of their quests done already makes it very easy for us. Quest failed. Don't tread on the bear. More NCR infamy gained. Quest failed for the Republic, Part 2. Sigh, because the real historical Caligula might have been epileptic herder. The NCR has declared you a terrorist. Wherever the NCR has jurisdiction, you will be shot on sight. Fucking wreck this entire region. I mean, that's kind of the plan. Let them try. Do you have any idea how many of you I've already ass-punched? Let's see. No, this is the library. The terminal I need is over in the Elder's room, I'm pretty sure. I thought it was, anyway. Perhaps I'm wrong. I am wrong. Go figure. Alright. It's back here after all. Ah, yes. This is the one. Self-destruct terminal. Begin bunker self-destruct sequence. Are you sure you would like to initiate the self-destruct sequence? Yes. Most people say you're the devil himself, but they also admit you've done a bit of good. Please exit the bunker in a calm, orderly fashion. Brotherhood of Steel infamy. Everyone's going to be hostile. Let's try not to get spotted on our way out. Should be easy. We all know how overpowered stealth is. Bye, everybody. Watch as more karma burn. Out we go. Then back to the fort. Quest failed. Tend to your business. I don't even know what that one was. Tell Caesar that the Brotherhood of Steel threat has been neutralized. Alright. Back to the fort. Boom. Glad all the people got out okay.
By order of Kaisar.
Sure thing, buddy. I hate that we have to hike up the hill every time. That gets annoying fast. I'm gonna gank some food and water off of these guys, because I'm gonna need it soon. Well, I would if they were carrying any. Dirty water's fine. Remember when the guy released his prize dogs on me? Yes, I do. That was a good time. Alright, Caesar, what's next? One of your real quests? Besides the side factions and the Battle of Hoover-Dam, he has 2 real quests. One of them we have to go back to one of the vaults. I can't remember which one, but we need to fix his auto dock to do brain surgery on him. We've kind of been building up to that. And then the other one is the assassination quest that you have to do a variation of for all of the factions.
Has the Brotherhood been destroyed?
Is it really necessary to destroy the Brotherhood?
If I say the Brotherhood should be destroyed, it's necessary. My Legion can win a fight against the Brotherhood of Steel, but it would be costly. Your job is to make sure there's no Brotherhood for us to fight.
I have some questions to ask.
Even with the Brotherhood to deal with, you have questions?
What do you think of the Brotherhood of Steel?
The worst impulses of mankind, concentrated in one insane, backward tribe. The Brotherhood seems to have formed not long after the Great Atomic War. It's hard to know. They care little for history. Some of the Brotherhood scribes we captured further east didn't even know the name of their founder, Roger Maxson. They like to pretty up their mission with trappings of chivalry. But the truth is, they're hoarders. They hoard technology. It's been 200 years, and they still have the mentality of scavengers. They say they're preserving these technologies, but for what? They have no vision. They offer no future. They're a dead end.
Couldn't you use the Brotherhood to your advantage?
You don't think very far ahead, do you? Sure. Their hatred of the NCR would seem to qualify them for use as proxies. But then, what do you do with them? Each paladin is quite powerful. I'd have to be convinced that present benefits outweighed future costs.
Let's talk about that's enough questions for now.
What else then?
I think we should talk about your health.
Take care of the Brotherhood. Maybe then we can have a conversation.
I've destroyed the Brotherhood of Steel's bunker in Hidden Valley.
Very well. This latest victory brings to a close my efforts to reshape the power balance of the Mojave. And not a minute too soon. I want you to join me in my tent. You and I are going to have a private conversation.
Meet with Caesar for a private conversation. And then apparently Lucius is going to hang out in here.
All right, let's state the obvious. There's something wrong with me. The headaches started a couple of months ago. They weren't too bad at first, but now they come frequently and they're debilitating. For the past 2 weeks, my left leg has been dragging. It's stiffer, hard to move. And you've seen me blank out. Lucius says I stare into space, blink a few times, then keep talking like nothing happened. So what's the diagnosis?
Medicine 50. I'm afraid your symptoms are consistent with a brain lesion, most likely a tumor.
I figured as much. Congratulations. You just became my personal physician. Do you have what you need to treat my condition?
Medicine 75. I can perform the surgery, but I'll need proper tools and supplies from a doctor's bag.
Then gather those items together and hurry back to perform the operation. I don't know how long I've got.
What about the autodoc in your tent?
It's never had a functional diagnostic scanning module. Without that, it's useless for surgery.
Et tu mors, Brute? Speak with Caesar once he's been cured to find out your next task. Acquire a set of surgical tools. A doctor's bag is also necessary to perform the surgery. Where would I find a diagnostic scanning module?
It's been said that the autodocs were standard equipment in the underground vaults where mankind survived when the bombs fell centuries ago. You can search the vaults, but every autodoc my Legion has run across has been stripped for parts long before we found it. Some of my scouts did report an abandoned vault near Nellis Air Force Base. Overrun by ghouls, they said. Maybe the infestation has been there long enough to keep scavengers out. Why don't you go and see?
I'll see what I can find out.
Do that, and try not to take too long.
Alright. Acquire a functional diagnostic scanning module for Caesar's autodoc. See, I don't know where you get a, Oh, that's so dark and actually still pretty funny, too. Alright. Et tu mors, Brute? Now, where would I find a set of surgical tools? Doctor's bag is easy. New Vegas Medical Clinic. Alright. So that's directing us to Vault 34, which we've already cleared out. I don't really feel like going back inside, just to go to the autodoc we already saw. Let's talk to Dr. Sanagi.
You're back. Do you need medical attention?
Show me what you have for
Because
sale.
you're a friend of...
Doctor's bag, surgical tools. Perfect. You can also run into Vault 34. I'm sure the ghouls have respawned by now, and I'd rather not deal with them.
By order of Caesar.
Is the implication that all his excesses and mood swings are caused by this tumor? No. I mean, he kind of... I don't know if you were here for the first stream where we talked to him, but he does a pretty thorough job explaining himself, and... I mean, even though I kind of criticized the Legion line for being very underdeveloped relative to the NCR and Mr. House quest lines, I mean, he's well written, like everything in the game. He makes a striking amount of sense when you actually speak to him. His point about the society that the NCR is trying to rebuild being what led us to the Great War in the first place is pretty well taken. Although the For a student of history, I think he kind of ignores the fact that the Roman Empire that he's modeling himself after also collapsed into decadence and total failure once the dictator was lost. It kind of relies on... His model sort of relies on the...
Caesar sleeps, but doesn't awaken. I fear it is only a matter of days before death claims him. You will answer to me until such a time as Caesar is able to resume leadership.
Alright. If Caesar dies, who takes over the Legion?
Legate Lanius will take Caesar's place at the head of the Legion. The Legate is a fine warrior, and the Legion will do well under his command.
Goodbye.
Wale.
Alright.
Was there more for us to discuss?
Alright, so we can assassinate or save Caesar. Caesar is in a coma and is near death. Only an operation to remove the tumor from his brain will save him. You have both a set of surgical tools and a doctor's bag. Whether it'll be enough to save Caesar's life, however, remains to be seen. Medicine of 75 or greater required. Leave Caesar alone, perform the operation, arrange for Caesar to die during the surgery. Trust in your luck and perform the operation. Let's perform it.
I thank you for saving my life. You're a warrior and a healer, a rare combination. I trust this payment is adequate compensation for your troubles. Now, lest we grow sentimental here, the time for battle will soon be upon us. Legatus Linnaeus draws nigh. When he arrives, my legion will assault Hoover Dam. In the meantime, the profligates have prepared a welcome gift for us. The president of the NCR intends to visit Hoover Dam.
Won't killing President Kimball just anger the NCR?
I don't have to explain the reasoning behind my commands. I just give them, and you do them. That said, every once in a while I hear something so ignorant I have to respond. This is one of those times. The profligates' morale is in the shitter. They've occupied the Mojave for years, getting picked off one by one. They were told it'd be easy. They keep being told that victory is right around the corner, that Vegas will roll over, become the sixth state of their little union. It's President Kimball who's been telling them that. When he dies, the enormity of his lies will come crashing down, the punchline to a bad joke.
I'll kill President Kimball for you.
That's what I like to hear. One of my frumentaria set up camp near Hoover Dam. His name is Cato Hostilius. Go to him. He'll have further instructions.
Alright. Quest added, Arizona Killer. This one's fun. Rendezvous with Cato Hostilius. In all three other quests. Good-natured rascal. Return to Caesar after President Kimball has been assassinated. So we can still do the wild card if we want to, but we've locked ourselves out of the other endings. Alright, we'll travel to Hoover Dam. You can see the NCR is hostile to us now. I think with all three of the other factions, you have to prevent the assassination. I know Mr. House wants you to prevent it. I guess, quest failed. What? Hold on. Where's my fucking guy? Head back to Hoover Dam. Yeah. Apparently he's this way. So, why is the quest failing? I'm so confused. He's not, like, moving towards me or something, is he? Maybe I need to go to Ranger Station Delta instead. Okay, I guess it shouldn't surprise me that they can see me. I have to be more careful. Let's try the Cazador nest. I'm less afraid of Cazadors. They're mostly staying dead anyway, it seems. We're staying far enough away anyway. Alright, come on now. Here he is. Okay. Cato Hostilius.
It's about time you showed up. I was starting to get lonely out here by myself.
Nice to meet you too.
So you're the big shot that Caesar put in charge of this mission. I've heard about you. You've got quite the reputation already. Well, let's get down to business. Once we get started, we're going to
Legion
be on a tight
Hunter.
schedule. Are you ready to do this?
Yes, I'm ready. Well, I'm doing all four endings, NCR Ranger. I just happen to be doing the Legion ending first. Sorry you have to see that, though. Yes, I'm ready.
Good. Now Kimball is scheduled to give his speech tomorrow. We'll rest here tonight and talk over the plan first thing in the morning. Get some sleep. You got a big day ahead of you. Rise and shine. You have a big day ahead of you. So, do you have a plan for how you're going to kill Kimball?
Of course I have a plan.
Prepared already. I like it. There's no need to give me the details. It is probably best that way. Even though you already have a plan, I may have some information that you might find useful.
Thank you. Happy 4th to you. What sort of information do you have?
I've been spying in the dam for quite a while now. I've gathered quite a bit of information from various sources.
Do you have any suggestions about the assassination?
Suggestions, huh? I'd suggest you play to your strengths. There's probably plenty of ways to kill Kimball. Just find one that works best for you. We'll have a few hours before he arrives. You should look around and see if you can find anything that you can use. Just be careful. You don't want to cause a scene before Kimball even shows up.
What sort of intel have you gathered?
I've been able to get some basic information on the schedule for Kimball's visit, as well as getting some rough security details.
Tell me about Kimball's schedule.
The President is scheduled to arrive sometime in the afternoon. It's going to be a short visit to boost morale for the NCR troops. He's going to arrive, give a speech, and then leave. No meet and greet, no questions, just a quick in and out. They're probably afraid something is going to happen. For good reason. I wasn't able to find a final itinerary for his visit, but if you can find one, you can get more details on what's going to happen.
Give me the security details.
Security is going to be tight. Rangers are stationed all around the observation deck where Kimball is going to give his speech. Security is led by a Ranger Grant. He's a pretty rough guy who's seen a lot of combat. It's best if you steer clear of him. The crowd consists of troopers and a few select civilians who were lucky enough to bribe their way in. They shouldn't cause much trouble for you. Finally, there's the additional security that Kimball will be bringing with him. I wasn't able to find out much on that. If I had more time in their computers, I could have accessed the full duty roster and guard deployment. Maybe you'll have better luck.
Let's go back to my other questions.
Okay. What would you like to know?
How are we getting into the dam?
I have some disguises for us. I've already got mine. A wealthy Brahmin baron who bribed his way into seeing the president. As for you, I have an NCR trooper uniform that I acquired. It'll fool most of the troopers and civilians, but it probably won't fool the Rangers.
Is there anything you can do to help?
Well, I have a bomb here that can be put on the vertibird that will detonate at a certain altitude. But it's a little unstable and dangerous.
Explosives 50. I'm familiar with explosives. Give it here.
Here you go. Put it to good use.
Vertibird bomb added. I don't have any more questions.
If there's nothing else, then we should get moving.
Let's get moving.
You're the boss. I'll be in the crowd. Do whatever you need to do. Then find me before Kimball arrives.
Hey, thank you for the follow, NCR Ranger.
Past most of the NCR there, but watch out for the Rangers. Odds are this won't fool them. I'll meet you there. Good luck.
I appreciate it. NCR trooper armor added. Report to Cato when you are prepared. And somehow my dehydration level has decreased and I no longer have dehydration sickness. It's like, okay. So now we're heading to the dam. I guess I'm just going to perpetually be in caution mode. That's alright. I don't even really want to bother with the disguise. Oh, maybe I should.
Make it quick. We don't have much.
I'm all set. When does the president arrive?
Good timing. Looks like his vertibird is arriving early. Here it comes now. I hope you're up for this, because we won't get a second chance.
Whoa! Over here!
Yeah, I was worried about that. Having to pop out of stealth mode to talk to him. Alright, let's try putting the disguise on. You are now dressed as a member of the NCR. My movement speed is way down, but it's probably okay.
Make it quick. We.
You dirty coward.
Kill President Kimball. What the hell? Huh. It's gotta be a...
Make it quick. We don't have.
Where's the vertibird? There it is. Gonna land up on the roof. Works for me. You're looking at the presidential vertibird. This is a perfect place to put a bomb to kill President Kimball. Plant the bomb. You successfully plant the bomb on the vertibird. Now, why in the heck are they using the old, hail to the chief, I wonder. Alright, there he is. I think I can probably hear his speech.
You, my fellow Californians, who have come so far to answer the call to service put forth by the Republic. It is for you that I have come here. And it is because of you that I am able to do so. We enjoy our privileges because you take the greatest of risks and are prepared to make the most noble sacrifices.
Alright, there we go.
It's because of men and women like Private First Class, Jeremy Watson, that Nevada and the new California Republic remain free and secure. Born in a tin shack on the
Hi,
outskirts
Infinimora.
of one pine, Jeremy Watson never had it easy. His father worked as a caravan guard on the short loop, and his mother, like many Californians, braved the ruins of the old world as a prospector. They suffered through water shortages, raider attacks, and the Brotherhood War. Like our mighty Sierra Nevadas, they endured. But the time came when they could no longer shoulder the burden alone. 12 years ago, they called out for help, and the Republic heard them. Troopers, rangers, just like you, answered the clarion call. Men and women stepped forward to say, I will carry the weight. And at Owens Lake, we made true on our promises, driving out the raider tribes to establish a lasting peace in the eastern Sierra Nevadas. We carried the weight, and though we left behind many of our brothers and sisters on that battlefield, it did not break us. 10 years ago, Chief Elise met with representatives of the Desert Rangers to discuss terms of what would become the Rangers Unification Treaty. The treaty was more than a resolution to welcome the Desert Rangers into the Republic. It was a covenant to protect Southern Nevada against Caesar's Legion and the tyranny of his regime. There are some back home who ask me, but who are we protecting? What is Nevada to us? Sometimes we forget that the light of our society shines beyond our borders. Sometimes we take those privileges for granted that our forebears fought so hard to achieve. We must always remember that wherever Californians stand, we carry our principles with us. Equal respect, representation, and protection under the laws of a just republic. This was the same fire that burned in the heart of the old world that preceded us. We are the heirs of that civilization, torchbearers eastward of the Pacific, into the darkness of this wasted land. When the Republic called on the men and women of California to carry that fire across the Mojave, Jeremy Watson answered. You answered. Together you carried the weight. And when PFC Watson's platoon came under attack at Forlorn Hope, he took the greatest risk. Not only for his fellow Californians, but for California itself. He was prepared to make the most noble of sacrifices to defend the principles of our republic, even here, on Nevada soil. His actions are a beacon to all of us who stand here today in tribute to his valor. Private First Class Jeremy Watson, on behalf of the Senate and people of the new California Republic, it is my honor to present you with the Star of Sierra Madre. Not far from this spot, a monument stands as a tribute to the sacrifice made by those who came before us. The men and women who fulfilled the promise we made to the Desert Rangers. Its back is inscribed with the names of the troopers and rangers who carried the weight. And because they made the most noble of sacrifices,
They're trying to give you plenty of time to kill him.
4 years ago, we held this dam. 4 years ago, we carried the weight. 4 years ago, we drew a line through the Mojave as clear as the Colorado River. A line that Caesar cannot cross. Today, you stand here with our brothers and sisters to hold that line. Today, you honor all Californians by carrying that weight.
Yeah, he's getting annoying. And NCR Ranger, of course, I mentioned before you got here that when we do, I think, all three of the other endings, I think you can go either way with the independent yes man ending, but I know that in both the Mr. House and obviously NCR endings, you have to listen to this whole speech and you have to protect him and stop the assassination instead of pulling the trigger yourself.
Today, you are the waves of the Pacific, pushing ever eastward. You are the sequoias rising from the Sierra Nevadas, defiant and enduring. You are the great western light of California, torchbearers in the darkness, living reminders of all that is best in our republic. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here.
Okay,
I want to get shot, let's go.
did you hear him say, okay, let's get the fuck out of here? Alright, speech is over. So you can see the NCR Ranger vets with their badass combat armor, and I think they have anti-mat rifles. Like, they are not fucking around. This vertibird should take off any moment. There we go. Boom. Quest completed. Arizona Killer. Bye-bye. Return to Caesar to be recognized for your service. I like that nice clean quest log. It feels so good to see it shrink so much. After 130 episodes of this playthrough. Like I said, all that's left now are the other permutations of ending the main game. I think now we're just gonna
By order of Kaiser,
go ahead and do the Battle of Hoover Dam on behalf of the Legion. I think that's all that's left. Boom, drops the mic. I was hoping he has some water, food and water on him. I shouldn't need much more to get through the rest of the Legion game, but pays to be prepared. Why did I kill him? Because this is my Legion playthrough. I mean, the way I did this is I did absolutely everything I could up to the point of no return of choosing a faction. Like, here, let me show you my world map. Like, I explored the entire Mojave. I did every single quest I could without actually committing to a side. And then, finally, I'm at the point now where all that is left is to pick a faction, finish the main story, and I do still have the Lonesome Road DLC, the very last one. So I have a hard save back at that last point of no return for committing to a main story faction. So after I do the Legion, I will load back to there, do the other three. Lonesome Road will be the very last thing.
You dispatched President Kimball with real skill. Right under their noses, too. What a humiliation. My forces are in a position to assault the dam. Legatus Linnaeus has assumed command. Are you ready to go to him? To tell him to begin the assault?
It will be an honor to fight for the Legion.
Good. In hoc signo torus vinces. Report to Legatus Lanius immediately. He'll brief you on the plan of battle. Come back victorious, or don't come back.
You are committing to fight with Caesar's Legion at the Battle for Hoover Dam, which will determine the fate of New Vegas for decades to come. If there's anything you want to do before you enter the battle, do it now, before you cross the point of no return. Let's do this. Report to Legatus Lanius to begin the battle for Hoover Dam. Alright. And I guess I'll also say, NCR Ranger, the reason I'm doing the Legion ending first is because it's the earliest one that gets eliminated, right? Like, you've discovered Legate's camp. I mean, you can more or less keep, you can peacefully keep the other three endings going a little bit longer. The NCR eventually gets mad at you for working with Mr. House, but you can last a lot longer going that direction. But, once I resolve the How Little We Know quest, the Omerta quest, Legate's War Tent.
Legatus, a stranger arrives. One who bears the mark.
Finally, Mars has accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me. You are the courier Lord Caesar has spoken of. The slaughter begins then.
Achievement unlocked. Render unto Caesar. Quest completed. You mean your army is about to attack?
My army has been ready for some time now. My orders were to await the coming of a messenger. You are messenger and message both, it would seem.
I'm ready. What is the plan?
In the past, the NCR has relied upon attrition, withering our numbers with ranged fire and falling back as necessary. Not this time. The dam contains tunnels to its heart, overlooked by the NCR, now occupied by the Legion. When the battle begins, the NCR will find our teeth at their throats in a dozen places. There will be no attrition, no falling back, only carnage.
And what do you want me to do?
Our forces are better equipped to take objectives than hold them. I do not wish to defend this place if another option exists. Our opponents follow a strict chain of command, which is both a strength and weakness. I intend to use you to strike at that weakness. Find the enemy commander, this General Oliver. Kill him or his resolve. Do this and his cowards will retreat, leaving the dam to us.
I have questions first.
Then ask them. The battle draws near.
Yeah, I mean, NCR Ranger, that's basically the NCR playthrough. That's what they ask you to do. So, that doesn't surprise me at all. What does Lanius mean?
The word means butcher in Latin. I was granted the name after proving myself in several battles. Perhaps after today's battle, you too will earn yourself a new name.
Are you looking forward to the battle?
I live to serve Caesar's will, and the will of the Legion. If my victory serves them both, then I am pleased.
What do you think of the NCR?
They are passable foes. Like their citizens, they prefer their war from a distance, and at that, they excel. Their leaders have on occasion shown brilliance. Their rangers in particular have adapted well to our strategies. But their rangers are few, and this General Oliver we face is not their best. I regret not being able to face Hanlon, the one who led them last time.
Any idea what our chances are?
Their men take comfort in, and rely on, killing at a distance. They will not have the luxury of such comforts this time. Our warriors will wash over them in a tide of blood, severing arms before they can attack, legs before they can run, and heads before they can prey. So yes, fortune favors our chances, messenger, provided you move move quickly.
What can you tell me about the layout of the dam?
It was not intended for war. Its top sides are bound to 2 intake towers by a series of bridges. No doubt snipers nest there. On the far side of the dam, a small building provides access to the power plant below. That is where Oliver hides.
I'm ready to deal with Oliver now.
Mars's eyes are upon you. Do not fail him. Or us.
Quest added. Veni Vidi Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. Cross the dam and make your way to the western power plant. Should be pretty easy. My character is built to zip through the dam and go for the objective. We'll actually probably, this actually went, what I'm trying to say is, this is going faster than I thought it would. We'll probably have time to circle back and advance more toward one of the other endings. Open gate to Hoover Dam. I was wondering, no, we can't go this way. I thought this might be that spot we saw when we were exploring the dam where we could pop up out of the water and get to them that way, but we have farther to go. Well, this is where you see them try their poor little hearts out and fail to create a big epic battle in the Oblivion engine, basically. That never really goes well for anyone. Hoover Dam checkpoint. Back out to the dam again. Here come the boomers! Love them. I would have expected the bombing run to kill all these guys, but guess it doesn't matter much. Alright. I don't even care. Later, bros. One-track mind here. I remember where Oliver's hideout is, too. Find the enemy commander, General Oliver. If memory serves, all I should have to do is get down to ground level, get through the 3 power plant zones. NCR troopers with sniper rifles. Don't care, don't care, don't care. A remake of the game with the Fallout 5 engine. Whenever that exists. Stealth is so OP. I love it. Power plant 4. I guess we could have gone to the underground, too. There's your NCR heavy troopers. Oliver's compound. We couldn't access this until now.
So you must be the courier the reports mentioned. Pass this message on to your commander. Hoover Dam will not fall while I still draw breath.
Surrender, General. The dam is almost taken.
This battle is far from over. Once the reinforcements from McCarran arrive, the counteroffensive will begin.
Hey, Martin, I'll probably stream about 3 more hours till noon my time or so. There won't be any reinforcements. The Legion has blocked the road west.
If that's true, then there's nothing else for it. My men and I will hold out as long as we can.
There's still time. You could escape. I won't stop you.
And go where? According to you, the road west is blocked. And while you might let us by, I highly doubt your allies will do the same.
Speech 50. I'm betting a man as smart as you wouldn't leave himself without at least one contingency.
Perhaps I do have a secret tunnel out of here, but that doesn't change anything. My duty is to stay and fight.
And what about your duty to your men?
My men and I are soldiers. We share an obligation to follow orders, and our orders are to hold this dam.
The dam is already lost, General. Your responsibility now is to get your men out of here alive.
You're right. These men have placed their lives in my hands, and I won't throw them away for a lost cause. Don't expect to hold this place for very long, however. The NCR will be back.
There we go. Now we get to watch our ending. Evil Karma, Legion. I'll return to the Legate and tell him that General Oliver has been driven off. I really have to go all the way back. That's annoying. Oh, no we don't. Good.
Judging by the lack of blood, I take it the coward Oliver fled rather than face me. No matter. The rest of the dam is fully under our control. A few pitiful holdouts remain, but their time is short. The General was the last source of concern. With their commander gone, the NCR will pull out of this region, allowing our conquest to continue westward unopposed for a time. The Legion will swell with the number of slaves we will claim from this place, and the tribute we gather will fund further campaigns. Perhaps in time I will be granted the honor of conquering the land known as California. But for now we rest. Know that your efforts are appreciated and will not go unrewarded. But we can speak of that later. For now, come. We must see to the burning of the dead.
There we go. Achievement unlocked, hardcore.
Cheated death in the cemetery outside Good Springs, cheated death once again, and the Mojave Wasteland was forever changed. Caesar entered the Strip as though it was his triumph. The Legion pushed the NCR out of New Vegas entirely, driving them back to the Mojave Outpost. The Legion occupied all major locations, enslaving much of the population and peacefully lording over the rest. Under the Legion's banner, civilization, unforgiving as it was, finally came to the Mojave Wasteland. The Legion marched over the Hoover Dam with the help of one who was as brutal and merciless as the worst of them, the Courier. Caesar honored him with a golden coin, minted in celebration of his contributions and distributed throughout the wasteland.
Though some super mutants in Nightkin continued to journey to the legendary Utopia, they found little trace of its existence. Some eventually found their way to Jacobstown, but many wandered off into the wastes, confused and disheartened.
Invigorated by his travels with the Courier, Raul once more took up his guns in memory of his lost Rafaela. Soon after, the Mojave was filled with tales of the ghost vaquero who hunts down those who prey on the weak.
Cautious after the Boomers' display of power at Hoover Dam, Caesar chose to leave the Boomers alone. The Boomers remained isolated, but have been seen flying over the Mojave Desert from time to time.
Buried beneath tons of rubble, the Mojave chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel was no more. Those few who were outside the Hidden Valley bunker when it was destroyed settled into new lives, or headed west to find a new chapter to join.
Yes, Karis.
The death of the Mojave Brotherhood came much too soon for Veronica, and in their absence, she felt truly lost. Yet in its wake, she took small comfort in her decision to remain by their side through their few remaining days.
Their leaders destroyed by the courier, the fiends scattered throughout the wasteland. Without the organization of Motor Runner, Cook, Violet, and Driver Nephi, they were easy prey.
After the Legion's victory, Caesar, out of a strange respect for his old fellows, allowed the followers safe passage out of the wasteland. Reluctantly, the followers accepted the offer and abandoned Old Mormon Fort to the Legion.
The Legion, preoccupied with its acquisition of New Vegas, scarcely took notice of the town of Good Springs. Many locals moved on, fearful of Caesar's long shadow. Only the old and the stubborn remained.
Cass lived to see the mark of the Legion on Hoover Dam. Uncertain of what lay next for the West, she remained silent. As the Legion marched west, she found it difficult to see the dam as anything more than a gravestone for the Mojave, and everyone in it.
During the Battle of Hoover Dam, the Great Khans quickly evacuated Red Rock Canyon and headed north and east into the plains of Wyoming. There, they reconnected with the followers of the Apocalypse and rebuilt their strength. Bolstered by ancient knowledge of governance, economics, and transportation, they carved a mighty empire out of the ruins of the Northwest.
Thanks to the Courier and Lily, a cure for the Nightkin's schizophrenia was found shortly after Dr. Henry's experiment concluded. Nightkin and other super mutants in the wasteland flocked to Jacobstown, and the town became known as a haven where a mutant could find peace.
Lily continued to take her medicine at half doses, and although she remembered her grandchildren, her mind remained muddled and confused. Eventually, she parted ways with the courier and traveled west, seeking the remnants of her past.
After their victory at Hoover Dam, the Legion quickly set about destroying all remaining resistance, including any groups with ties to the NCR. Upon discovering the King's newfound relationship with the NCR, Legionnaires flooded the streets of Freeside, and the Kings were quickly destroyed.
After Ray's brain was transplanted into Rex's cybernetic body, it took Rex some time to adjust to the old scrapyard dog's memories. Eventually, Rex's mind settled peacefully, melding his own memories with that of long travels with old Lady Gibson.
Though Camp Golf fell to Caesar, the Misfits distinguished themselves during the Legion's attack. Mags and her soldiers were posthumously recognized for their valor by NCR.
During the Legion's attack on Novak, Bright followers returning from their long pilgrimage assisted in its evacuation. Though Novak eventually fell to the Legion, many citizens of Novak were able to escape, alive and intact.
Boone refused to take the Legion's victory lying down. Heading to the hills with his rifle, he began a deadly campaign against high-ranking Legion officers. And though the price on his head rose to levels unheard of, few pursued it, fearing it would be the last thing they'd never see.
After Hoover Dam, the leaderless powder gangers at the correctional facility vanished into the wastes, leaving the prison empty. The correctional facility became another abandoned ruin in the wasteland. Its carcass occasionally picked
all this
up by
stuff from so long ago.
After the majority of the Vault 19 powder gangers joined the Great Khans, the weaker members scattered throughout the Mojave wasteland. Though a few managed to erase their past, most never survived the journey.
Hot-headed to the end, Sheriff Myers chooses to oppose Caesar's takeover of Primm with a standoff. Though the citizens take out a few legionaries, the town quickly falls to Caesar, its citizens utterly wiped out.
With its logs cleared and its systems upgraded.
And so the Courier's road came to an end, for now. In the new world of the Mojave Wasteland, fighting continued, blood was spilled, and many lived and died just as they had in the old world. Because war never changes.
Yeah, so the only difference your karma makes is in the little bit of dialogue about the courier himself. Congratulations on completing Fallout New Vegas. Would you like to load a save prior to the Hoover Dam battle? If you select no, you'll be returned to the main menu. Oh, no. Main menu's fine. Okay. With that all done, let's load up where we left off for the other 3 endings. So, there, we banged out the Legion ending, so we don't have to worry about being over that line anymore. We can freely piss the Legion off as much as we like. And believe me, we're going to piss them off a lot. But I don't actually mind the Legion ending. Like, it's kind of brutal, but it's not horrible either. Okay. Now that we've pissed off the Legion, but good, I think we should be able to recruit Arcade Gannon.
Hello again. Still in one piece, I see.
Do you need any help?
Personally, no. But thanks to you, Julie says we're a lot better off these days. I'll take her word for it. So thanks.
Would you like to come with me? I could use someone skilled in medicine.
You've helped the followers, so you can't be entirely bad. To be honest, I haven't heard anyone say a negative word about you. As long as you keep working to help people around here get a fair shake, sure, I'll lend a hand. All right, let's not waste any time. There are people out there to help, things to learn. Maybe not in that order, but let's get to it.
Arcade is giving you the better healing perk. Let's see what that one is. While Arcade is a companion, the player regains more help from all sources. Neat. So he's the... You can't recruit him until very near the end anyway, but...
What's up?
We'll talk to him. What's your opinion on the current situation?
It could be better. If we can find a way to work toward the independence of New Vegas, that would be ideal. But really, as long as you don't help out the Legion, anything's better than that.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm really very boring. You'd get better stories out of a Freeside junkie.
Arcade, I'm asking you because I'm interested. Don't put yourself down.
Oh, all right. I'm 30-ish. Well, late 30s. I was born west of here. I was an only child and spent most of my time with my mother. My father died when I was young and I never got over it. Oh, and I like medicine and reading books about failed pre-war socioeconomic policies. Right now, I'm sure you're asking yourself, why hasn't some lucky man scooped this bachelor off his feet? Like I said, I'm boring.
Why don't you like talking about yourself?
Some people do. I just don't. Look, I appreciate that you're trying to be friendly, but I'd just rather not discuss it.
Tell me about yourself. You can do better than that.
No, really. Have you ever snorted a ground-up Cazador venom sac? Neither have I. But I can guarantee you that a Freeside junkie has.
Do you always deflect personal questions?
Only to obfuscate my past association with a fascist paramilitary organization. I'm joking, of course. I will deflect personal questions at any opportunity. Honestly, it isn't too difficult if you have half a brain and aren't a complete jerk. I wanted to help people and I enjoyed learning, so I signed up. New Vegas is in trouble, so I came out here. If someone doesn't step up and try to help the people here, it's going to end very badly.
Where did you get your medical training?
The followers taught me everything I know about medicine. Despite our humble abode here in New Vegas, we have great facilities back in the NCR. We may have overextended ourselves by setting up camp in Freeside, but the people here need help from someone. If not us, who?
Let's talk about something else.
All right.
All right. Goodbye.
See you around.
Arcade is our key.
Warning, my covert bandaging skills are a little rusty.
Arcade is the key to a whole nother faction called the Enclave Remnants. So, let's go get Eddie as well. Let's head back to Prim. We should still be able to find him there. Hi, Lost. Doing really well. You missed us doing the entire Caesar's Legion ending. So, sorry about that. That's over and done. But we're moving on where... We're currently moving on from where I left off at the end of the stream before that. Just picked up Arcade Gannon as a companion, which we can do after we sufficiently piss off the Legion. Companion protocol. Alright. Now, we need to head to the crashed vertibird. Arcade could very easily die here if the robots are around. They're not. Good. Get down here next to the thing.
A vertibird. Interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen one of these.
When was that?
Huh. Good question. Must have been in a book.
Uh-huh.
What's up?
Alright. Next, we're going to go to Repcon headquarters. Headquarters, not the test site. Step inside, and we should get another dialogue snippet from him.
I've read about Repcon. I think they did some work with the the government before the war. Rockets and some energy weapon prototypes, I think.
What kind of prototypes?
Plasma rifles. They were intended to replace the P-94 plasma caster. There was some corporate espionage going on between Poseidon Energy's project Semele and whatever was going on here.
Rockets and energy weapons? That's an odd combination.
Repcon went through some rough times. When the rocket business was shaky, Mr. House purchased the company. It didn't take long for him to repurpose their plasma technology for a government weapon contract.
What was Project Semele?
Another one of Poseidon Energy's mini-secret weapon projects. Before the Great War. It didn't go anywhere. That's how Repcon got their shot, so to speak.
Intelligence 6. How do you know so much about this again?
Stop thinking so much. Thanks.
Yeah, so it's not obvious yet, but oh, what was that? I missed, I heard the chime, but I missed the actual notification. Christopher, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. All right. Next up is actually the fort. I don't know if we even can fast travel there now. Oh, we can. Good. Everyone's going to be hostile to us now.
What a shame.
All right, let's GRX here. There we go. Very good.
Wait a second. What's going on? Am I playing Virgil to your Dante? I'd like to assume that we're tiptoeing into the mouth of hell out of academic curiosity, but I'm not so open-minded that I've lost my brains.
Let's just listen to him, figure out what he's up to, and get out.
Short of canceling our imminent travel plans, that's the best thing you could have said. Just be careful. If we travel at Caesar's pleasure, he may not let us out as easily as he lets us in.
Alright, there's that. Easy peasy. Now we need to go to Camp McCarran. There's still enemies too close by for me to fast travel. Let's try again. Still. Ah, one more. Okay. Can we get out of here now? Yes. Very good. Yes, the office is closed today. No work today. It's great. Alright. In Camp McCarran, we specifically need to go and talk to Dr. Hildern. Yeah, so Arcade, as I mentioned, Arcade's quest rather, is our link, our access, our entry point into both discovering and swaying the allegiance of the Enclave remnants, a faction that we haven't seen yet. But it's completely incompatible.
NCR. Get enough hands working together and they can make or break just about anything.
They are completely incompatible with Caesar's quest line. So you have to advance one of the other ones far enough to piss Caesar off before you can even recruit Arcade, as far as I know anyway. Alright.
Hello. Yes? Something else you needed?
Have some questions.
Oh? What might those be?
Tell me more about the OSI. Goodbye.
Hildern is a good example of big picture obsession gone too far. At some point, he became so fixated on large-scale results that he lost the concept of the common good along the way. It's an inhumane kind of public service when people and the basic resources they need become numbers in a ledger.
Good thing there's still people like you around.
Kind of you to say, but there are better people than me around here. I just hope the followers can make a difference in the long run.
Alright, one more. Let's head to West Side now.
West Side, huh? I heard about what happened with Anderson. Can't say I'm surprised. He was always a fringe operator in the followers.
If you say so, I'm not arguing.
I do say so. The followers aren't a military organization. If anyone knew what he was up to, they weren't talking. And if they knew he was stealing water, so what? Westside has more of a right to that water than the NCR.
All right. That should be all of the setup that we need. Let's fast travel back to the strip now. At this point, it might be time to do the NCR ending. We might already be at that fork, because my next thing to do is to report back to Mr. House. Oh, and hold on. Should probably look at, yeah, inform Yes Man that the Omertas are no longer a threat. Let me do that right quick. He should...
place if you love terrible things and people.
Oh! Hi again!
What was Benny planning to do with the chip?
Oh! He wanted to kill Mr. House and use the Platinum chip to copy my neurocomputational matrix onto the Lucky 38's mainframe. That would give me control over all of Mr. House's defenses, most prominently his Securitrons. And then, I guess, I just do as I'm told.
Can that actually be done?
Sure! If the chip can be used to reset administrator privileges, it'll be super easy.
Let's talk about the tribes I should get to know.
Please, go on.
The Omertas were plotting to destroy the strip, so I killed the conspirators.
Wow! That is amazing! You are just a hero. I am serious. That's 4 down, just 1 to go.
I know the Brotherhood. I want them left alone.
Okay, consider them forgotten, along with the projections that predict they'll be our biggest enemy. Forgotten! That accounts for all the tribes you needed to get to know. As soon as Mr. House is out of the way, things will be great. There'll be so much I can help you accomplish.
Goodbye.
Hope to see you soon.
Side bets is out of our quest log. That's good. Inform Mr. House that the Omertas have been neutralized. I think this might be the tipping point for siding with the NCR, so we may need to just do that next. We'll see. I'm going to make a hard save out here in case I'm right.
What do you have to report about the Omertas?
The Omertas who were conspiring against you are dead. I need to ask some questions.
I suppose the Omertas can wait a few minutes.
You recruited the Omertas as one of the three families?
Yes, though at the time they called themselves the Slitherkin, a vicious clan, not that that's changed exactly. They were nomads, capable fighters, but their specialty was betrayal. They'd invite travelers into their yurts, drug them, murder, or enslave them. They took pride in their craft. I don't think Omertas saw other people as people at all. Everyone else was just prey. They reminded me of a certain criminal element Vegas used to attract. I told them some stories, gave them some clothes, and they ran with it.
Let's get back to business.
What do you have to report about the Omertas?
The Omertas who were conspiring against you are dead.
Well done. They won't be causing any trouble then. Your next assignment is to locate and destroy remnants of the Mojave chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel. The NCR nearly did the job at Helios 1 a few years ago, but there seem to have been survivors, unfortunately. Given the Brotherhood's fanatical views on technology, they can be counted on to oppose my regime. Please, put them out of my misery.
Let's see. I'd like to ask some questions, but the Brotherhood is holed up in Hidden Valley.
You're absolutely right. You must have had run-ins with them, as have I. Since 2278, I've lost 5 roaming Securitrons near Hidden Valley. I didn't receive any clear video of the incidents, but telemetry from the units destroyed indicates they were attacked with energy weapons. It's obvious that the Brotherhood has a base in Hidden Valley or thereabouts. Finding it won't be easy, but getting inside will be the real trick.
Wipe out the Brotherhood of Steel by destroying its underground bunker. Any recommendations on how to complete the mission?
From time to time, the NCR has assaulted Brotherhood bunkers. In 4 of the 6 incidents I know of, the bunkers self-destructed. I surmise it's standard practice for the Brotherhood to install a self-destruct system. It's consistent with their uncompromising nature. You might use that against them, or kill them another way. It's up to you. Return when it's done. Have you destroyed the
I'd like to ask some questions.
A few questions, and then you'll handle the Brotherhood, I hope?
Tell me about the Brotherhood of Steel.
They're a terrorist group, basically. Militant, quasi-religious fanatics, obsessed with hoarding pre-war technology. Not all technology, mind you. You don't see them raiding hospitals to cart away auto docks or armfuls of prosthetic organs. No, they greatly prefer the sort of technology that puts people in hospitals. Or graves, rather, since hospitals went the way of the dodo.
Why do you hate the Brotherhood so much?
Because they're ridiculous. Because they gallivant around the Mojave, pretending to be knights of yore. Or did, until the NCR showed them that ideological purity and shiny power armor don't count for much when you're outnumbered 15-1. The world has no use for emotionally unstable techno-fetishists. Just wipe them out, will you?
Any possibility of a diplomatic solution?
We're talking about a coterie of bulging-eyed fanatics who think all pre-war technology belongs to them. They'll never accept my using an army of robots to defend New Vegas. While it's a fight I can win, I'd rather sidestep it altogether.
I'd like to ask some questions.
What else did you want to discuss?
I should let you know that I planted a surveillance device on one of your data terminals.
Yes, I know. It was detected immediately and deactivated, let's see, 39.735 seconds after you planted it. You thought I wouldn't notice? Have you destroyed the brother?
I'd like to ask some questions. A woman named Emily asked me to bug one of your data terminals.
One of the followers of the apocalypse, I'm sure. They're curious about me. Good luck planting a surveillance device here in the Lucky 38 without my knowing about it. What else did you want to discuss?
Say you keep control of New Vegas. What happens next?
New Vegas is more than a city. It's the remedy to mankind's derailment. The city's economy is a blast furnace in which can be forged the steel of a new rail line running straight to a new horizon. What is the NCR? A society of people desperate to experience comfort, ease, luxury. A society of customers. With all that money pouring in, give me 20 years and I'll reignite the high technology development sectors. 50 years and I'll have people in orbit. 100 years and my colony ships will be heading for the stars to search for planets unpolluted by the wrath and folly of a bygone generation.
In the meantime, you'd rule Vegas as some kind of dictator?
I prefer the term autocrat. I would rule as a chief executive. I would not answer to a board of directors or any other entity. Nothing to impede progress. If you want to see the fate of democracies, look out the windows.
What's to keep you from abusing your power?
My judgment. I have no interest in abusing others, just as I have no interest in legislating or otherwise dictating what people do in their private time. Nor have I any interest in being worshipped as some kind of machine god messiah. I am impervious to such corrupting ambitions. But autocracy? Firm control in the hands of a technological and economic visionary? Yes, that Vegas shall have. What else did you want to discuss?
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Let's see. Looks like, for the moment, we're still good with the NCR. I wonder if we can persuade Mr. House not to make me destroy the Brotherhood.
Have you destroyed the
When the Legion assaults the dam, the Brotherhood will attack the NCR and weaken them.
Not surprising. Also, not acceptable. I didn't ask you to tell me what they were planning. I asked you to kill them. This was a waste of time. Go back to the bunker and destroy it. My directions have been clear from the start.
All right. We will head down to the casino. Do this again. I do think at this point, yeah, that we were still good with the NCR there. I think I'm almost certain another quest for Mr. House will. lock us out of that ending. But might as well go ahead and be sure. I'm gonna keep one of those hard saves because I certainly don't want to destroy the Brotherhood in my final, what I'll call my canon, my actual ending, which for me is always the independent Vegas yes man ending. Later, bros. Sucks to be you. I guess I could just, if this is the tipping point, I could actually just go ahead and do the Mr. House ending. Alright, back to Mr. House. I don't really care about the Brotherhood. I don't mind leaving them dead. This time I really am just about certain that if I want to do the NCR ending, I need to back off and commit to it here. I'll leave one save where the Brotherhood's not dead. That's where I'll pick up for my independent Vegas ending.
Have you destroyed the Brotherhood of Steel?
The Brotherhood of Steel has been wiped out.
Single-handedly destroying a Brotherhood of Steel bunker is quite an accomplishment. Platoons of NCR troops have died trying to do the same. This welcome news comes just in time, as events in the wider world are coming to a head. Aaron Kimball, the president of the new California Republic, is going to visit Hoover Dam to boost morale. Apparently, he hasn't considered the effect on the troops' morale of seeing their beloved leader get his brains blown out by a Legion sniper. I need you to make sure that no harm comes to President Kimball. It's fortunate that you've maintained good relations with the NCR.
I'd like to ask some questions first.
Questions like, will President Kimball survive his visit to Hoover Dam?
Why do you care whether Kimball lives or dies?
I care because he is a known quantity. Not the man so much as the political context he inhabits. Kimball rose to prominence as the hero of the Mojave when he led a campaign of reprisals against tribals who dared to attack NCR citizens. Ordering the occupation of Hoover Dam was his first act of office. As water and electricity flowed to NCR cities, his popularity soared. Conversely, his failure to annex the Mojave these 7 years and the immense costs of occupying a foreign land have eroded his popular support.
So why don't you want the NCR president to die?
Kimball's entire political career is inextricably bound up with the NCR's occupation of the Mojave. It's his war. If I compel the NCR to retreat, Kimball will be the sacrifice offered to the gods so decent NCR citizens can get on with their lives. In retrospect, the Mojave and Hoover Dam will seem like one man's misadventure. Kimball will be blamed, not me, not New Vegas.
And if Kimball were to be assassinated?
Then the hero of the Mojave would become the martyr of Hoover Dam. And when, subsequently, I force the NCR to retreat, they lick their wounds and dream of righteous vengeance against New Vegas. Hello, embargo. Farewell, tourist economy. I've calculated and recalculated these probabilities. Kimball must live.
Let's get back to business, or let's talk about something else.
What else did you want to discuss?
Let's get back to business.
Will you ensure that President Kimball survives his visit to Hoover Dam?
Tell me again what you want me to do.
I need you to make sure.
What do you want me to do?
Simple. An NCR ranger named Graham is in charge of security arrangements for the visit. Present yourself to him. Let him know you want to help. Given your reputation, it's a near certainty that he'll accept your offer.
Go to Hoover Dam and protect President Kimball during his visit.
Kimball's visit is a closely guarded secret, but it will happen soon.
Quest added. You'll know it when it happens. Report to Ranger Grant. Are we still good? We are still good. How about that? Nice. Okay. Well, let's get out of here then. Follow me.
Lead the way.
Arcade and Eddie were waiting here, as you can see. Now with all that done, we'll head to,
I need to talk to you about something, if you have a minute.
Sure.
Any day now? Caesar's going to try to march across Hoover Dam and kick NCR out of the Mojave. We're getting caught up in something important out here. Hell, after how you handled Benny, you're practically right in the middle of all this. I know I'm just along for the ride, but it's made me think about the past and how I might be able to help out.
What are you talking about?
I wasn't always with the followers, or with the NCR. My late father was an officer in a group called the Enclave, a remnant of America's pre-war government. Memories being short around here, not a whole lot of people remember them. But they did bad things. Terrorized communities, kidnapped people. Eventually someone stopped them. I was born a few years later at a military base on the coast, a place called Navarro.
Where did the Enclave go?
A lot of different places. I only know what I was told. Some of them were cut down by the NCR and the Brotherhood. Some of them went east. My mother never told me what happened to my father, but she and I went south with some others and integrated into the NCR. When the NCR learned that Enclave personnel had integrated, we kept moving to the fringes. It's one of the reasons why I wound up out here.
What happened to Navarro?
After the Enclave's command structure fell apart, it was only a matter of time before Navarro was overrun by NCR forces. My mother and I left with some of the troopers from my father's old unit, the same people I've kept in contact with over the years. Anyone who didn't get out was killed by the NCR. Even some of the ones who escaped were eventually hunted down by the Brotherhood of Steel.
Where are you going with all this?
The Enclave did a lot of bad things, but there were good people at Navarro. Good people with a lot of experience. Not many of them are alive anymore, but I think they can make a difference in the fight against Caesar.
Do you want them to help NCR?
That's a hard question to answer. I know I don't want the Legion to take Hoover Dam. So militarily, yes, I want them to help NCR. If possible, I'd like to figure out a way to help the NCR win Hoover Dam without holding New Vegas.
Say no more, I'll do it.
Great. I'd like you to talk to the old-timers, the remnants. I don't think I could convince them by myself. To them, I'm still a kid. But you're a big part of what's happening out here. When you talk to them, they'll understand how important this all is. I've kept in contact with them over the years, so I know where you can find them. But I doubt they'll open up to you unless I come along. I know I'm not always the most serious guy around, but this means a lot to me. Thanks.
Cool. Quest added for Old Lang Syne. With Arcade, convince the Remnants to reunite for one last battle. Ask Dr. Henry to come to the Remnants reunion. Ask Daisy Whitman to come to the Remnants reunion. Ask Cannibal Johnson to come to the Remnants reunion. Ask Orion Moreno to come to the Remnants reunion. Ask Judah Krieger to come to the Remnants reunion. I think that's all of them. Alright, so we're gonna do this quest now. Because we still don't have to commit to House Yes Man or NCR, which is great. Let's head to Cannibal Johnson's cave. Not Jacobstown. Where is it? Novak's Daisy Whitman. There's Cannibal Johnson's cave. His hands are so big. And if you'll give me just a moment, I need a restroom break. Thank you for your patience. A lot more bouncing around to do. Alright. Into Cannibal Johnson's cave. Oh, bear trap. Don't really care. We've not been in here, so let's look around. Looks like the dude killed a bunch of Night Stalkers to take over the cave, so he is clearly not to be fucked with. Anything important / needed? A little bit of food. A few other useful goodies. Sunset sarsaparilla. Go ahead and drink all that. Enclave footlocker. Average lock. Good stuff there. Need some water. Should have some. Mole Rat Wonder Meat. And Cannibal Johnson himself.
Well, it's about damn time. What took you... Oh.
Oh?
I've been in the Reaper's shadow for a long time now, and I thought he'd finally showed up to collect. He's just mocking me now.
Tell me about yourself.
What do you want to know?
So are you a cannibal?
I'm not saying. It's part of my mystique, after all.
Speech 30. It sounds like there's an interesting story behind it.
The truth of it is that I did cut out a raider's heart, but only took a bite to mess with his buddies. They had me surrounded, and I went with the first thing that came to mind. Some ran, and the rest were startled just long enough.
You live out here by yourself?
Sure do. Had a wife for a while. Tribal girl. Really pretty eyes. But she's been gone a long time now.
I don't have any more questions. Let's talk about something else.
Well, ain't like I've got places to be.
You sound like you're eager to die.
There's a twitch in my trigger finger. I've lost my eagle eyes, and the other day I could have sworn I heard Sergeant Dornan chewing me out. I'm old, and I'm starting to feel it. It's not pleasant, especially when you know your mind's slipping away. And we all gotta go sometime. But I was hoping for something a little more heroic.
Who's Sergeant Dornan?
He was a drill instructor I knew. He was also the meanest bastard I've ever known. Once he caught this private out of uniform, and old Dornan went off on the most ear-blistering rant known to man. It was inspiring.
You served in the military?
Yeah. It was a long time ago. Things were better back then.
Arcade asks me to gather all the remaining members of the Enclave in the Mojave.
Thought I recognized the fellow with you. So what's this reunion all about then?
He thinks your experience and technology will help resolve the conflict in this region.
Well, now there's an interesting idea. Do a bit of good before we're all dead and forgotten. You can count me in. Oh, and in case Arcade forgot to mention it, there's a 5-word passphrase needed to get into the bunker. My word is old. Appropriate, huh?
If I had to pick anyone who didn't belong in the Enclave, it would definitely be Johnson. He hated what the Enclave was doing. Day to day, week to week, he would question orders, subvert mission objectives, do anything he could to serve without serving. It's amazing he was never court-martialed. He always had good things to say about my father. Said I was like him in a lot of ways. I wish I knew.
Why worry about it? You don't have to be your father. Or, I'm sure your father would be proud of you. I'll go with why worry about it.
I grew up without him. I'll always feel like something is missing from my life, but you're right. It's not like I'm the only kid in the wasteland who's grown up without a dad. Johnson always said my father was a good man. If that's the only thing about me that's like him, that's enough for me.
Cool. And here we're kind of shaping what perk Arcade ends up with. So I'm going to go with the first response to all of his questions. Next, we'll go visit Dr. Henry in Jacobstown.
Is there something else I can do for you?
Arcade Gannon has asked me to gather all the former members of the Enclave in the Mojave.
I'm intrigued, so I'll go to this reunion. I'll be handing things over to Calamity, so talk to her if anything comes up. Oh, you'll need my word from the passphrase to get into the bunker. Friends. Don't forget it.
Goodbye.
Yes, yes.
Doc Henry always was a hard one to figure out. It didn't seem to matter whether he was working with humans or dogs. He had an equal lack of affection for both. A regular Diogenes. I'm not sure what the man was after. Knowledge is power, but to what end for Henry, I have no idea. The problem was what mattered to him, not its practical impact. He simply solved riddles because they existed.
His work was what mattered to him.
Not everyone dreams of being a revolutionary, I suppose. Maybe we can't all change the world. Maybe it's enough just to do good for the short time that we're here. No one's going to sing Doc Henry's praises when he's gone. But he's probably saved more lives than I ever will.
Next, we'll go to Novak, talk to Daisy Whitman. She's at the hotel, or the motel. She's in here.
Your travels been going all right?
Arcade asked me to find you. I'm reuniting the remnants, and they'll need your piloting skills.
Told you everything about us, did he? Well, it's been a while since I've had my hands on the controls of a vertibird. There's a chance I could crash us in the middle of Lake Mead. That place seems to attract aircraft for some reason. But if I get one more chance to fly, count me in. I'll be there. My part of the passphrase is dear.
How did you like flying vertibirds for the Enclave?
I was never happier than when I was in the cockpit. I was able to go just about anywhere and everywhere, limited only by the fuel I could carry. There were more than a few missions where I took the scenic route home just so I could stay in the air. Caught hell for it every time, but worth it. Some of the things we did were questionable, I know. That's just how it was back then. Figure I've done enough good to make up for any sins, anyhow.
Goodbye.
Watch your six out there.
Since my mother died, Daisy's been the only woman in my life. She was the only other woman close to my father, too. She flew him out on over a dozen missions, including his last. I've always been close to Daisy. There have been some good men along the way, but lovers make poor confidants. Daisy never had children of her own, so she was always there to listen. Being in the Enclave didn't mean much to her. She just loved to fly. It broke her heart to be grounded.
It was an important part of her life. Why shouldn't she enjoy it?
As screwed up as it sounds, at least she was a part of something. Granted, it was something admittedly pretty bad, but it was something. If you spent the first half of your life flying Enclave troopers in a vertibird, I suppose picking over pre-war rocket parts doesn't quite compare.
All right, next we'll go to West Side. Talk to Judah Krieger.
Sticking around for the attractions?
Arcade asked me to find you. I'm gathering the remnants.
Hello, Arcade. Making some new friends, are you? Why the need for a bunch of old war horses like us?
You'll be the element of surprise.
Swooping in on a vertibird, guns blazing? Haven't done that in years, but all right, I'm in. None of this means a thing if the rest of the group doesn't show up, though. Oh, and you'll need my part of the passphrase to get into the bunker. Navarro.
Tell me about the old days with the Enclave.
I miss those days sometimes. We all had a purpose, you know? I admit that some of the folks in charge were pretty ruthless. The rest of us, though, we were just trying to civilize things. The NCR was still new, and it didn't look like they'd last all that long. Then we lost the oil rig, and shortly after that, the base at Navarro. Nobody left except us remnants.
What happened to the Enclave oil rig in Navarro?
Internal sabotage took down the oil rig. Never did get the full story. The NCR took out Navarro, saying we posed a threat to the region.
I'd like to know more about your former squad.
I was the officer in charge, and Johnson and Moreno were my heavy hitters. Henry handled tech things, and Whitman flew the chopper. Johnson and Moreno never got along, and I had my hands full keeping those two apart some days. It was a difference in philosophy, mostly. Mercy was not part of Moreno's vocabulary.
Goodbye.
Uh-huh.
Judah Krieger is the glue that's kept us all together over the years, and with good reason. Anyone who can command Moreno and Johnson in the same unit without somebody getting fragged is one hell of a leader. Krieger was polite and kind, but never warmed. He always did his best to make me feel welcome in the group. I think he did it out of a sense of loyalty to my father. Loyalty means a lot to Judah. Not loyalty to the Enclave, or even the ideals they fought for, but to the people who served with him.
They're loyal to you, too.
Sometimes I wonder how much of my father they see in me. They went through a lot together. but my family went through it too. I'm glad they've watched out for me all these years. Maybe someday I can return the favor.
Lastly, we need to visit Orion Moreno. His house is down by the sharecropper fields. And I got dehydrated. Good thing there's clean water right here. Makes it easy. Good, it looks like I will only have to protect President Kimball once. The quests are still proceeding parallel to each other, which is great. So I left Moreno's house alone. Over here is an unmarked location, but we'll poke around now. See what we can see inside. It's finally time to talk to the guy, too. Orion Moreno's house. Alright. There he is. Loot his house first, then we'll talk to him. Only slightly irradiated water. Not much in his house. Drink that Nuka-Cola right quick. Alright, let's talk to Orion.
Looks like I forgot to lock the doors again. If you're with the NCR, get out. This place is mine, and I'm not leaving.
Do you have something against the NCR?
Oh, like you wouldn't believe. The NCR makes a habit out of wrecking homes. I came out here to get away from them. Didn't work out so well. Next thing I know, I'm squatting in their land. Never mind that I already been living here for years.
What do you do around here?
Do? I don't do anything. I'm retired.
So what did you do before you were retired?
I was a soldier. Why do you even care? I came out here to forget about the past, so quit bringing it up.
Arcade and I were looking for you. We're gathering the remnants.
Been a while, Arcade. So, what's the point of all this? Can't find any younger mercenaries?
Your advanced level of tech would be useful in settling things between the NCR and the Legion.
Is that right? The million-dollar question is, who exactly are we settling?
I haven't decided.
You haven't decided. Well, this is just getting better every second, isn't it?
Do you have a preference?
I wouldn't mind cutting down a few platoons of NCR troopers with my old Gatling laser.
Are you coming to this thing or what?
Oh, I'll come. But depending on the plan, I might not be staying. Keep that in mind. Arcade might have mentioned there's a passphrase needed to get into the bunker. My part is remember.
Gain access to the Remnant's bunker. What did you do when you were with the Enclave?
Heavy weapons trooper. Nothing better than hosing down a target with an excess of bullets and laser fire. By the time I got through with things, not much was left standing. Any morons who didn't run when they saw me coming got what they deserved. Back then, it was war. If we'd been on the winning side, I'd be called a hero.
Bye.
Moreno took the fall of the Enclave hard. He never questioned his orders, never questioned the legitimacy of what the Enclave was doing. To him, it was all one unbroken chain, from Washington to Richardson. When we left Navarro, I remember looking up at Moreno. He said, "Kiss America goodbye, boys." When we left the Enclave behind, the love in him burned itself out. Now there's just a bitter old man left.
Don't be too hard on him. It's part of who he is.
I suppose you're right. When you're part of something for that long, maybe it's impossible to let go without losing part of yourself. Moreno may be a stubborn son of a bitch, but at least he's loyal.
Alright, time to head to the bunker. It appears that some sort of passphrase needs to be entered in order to open the nearby door. Dear old friends, remember Navarro. Ask the remnants to support the fight against the Legion or the NCR. Alrighty. It's a vertibird! We got some crates with, if I remember, some good stuff in them. Ah, Tiffany's home. Good. You see the Enclave power armor suits in here. 6 of them. Combat armor reinforced Mark II. Don't need that, but it's good to know it's there. Door to Remnant's bunker. Here's the meeting room. There's nothing in here, we can just talk to him.
Glad to see you made it here all right. So, who are we going up against?
How are you going to deploy your squad?
Moreno, Johnson, Henry, and I will be the boots on the ground. Whitman will stay with the vertibird.
What is this place?
This was a minor refueling station for vertibirds. It seemed an appropriate place to stash our equipment if we ever needed it. I'm surprised this place hasn't fallen apart. When I put it into standby mode, I expected to return to it within a few years, not decades.
I want you to help the NCR hold on to the dam.
Then that's the plan. We're gonna have a problem with Moreno, though. He won't like that we're helping the NCR. You'll have to talk to him.
What's Moreno's problem with the NCR?
They won. We didn't. It's as simple as that. The rest of us moved on while Moreno didn't. Still, I'm not convinced Moreno hates the NCR as much as he thinks he does. You still might be able to talk him out of leaving.
Will Moreno be a liability?
He won't turn on us, but he's a good shot, and I'd hate to do this without him.
You're the officer here. Can't you just order him to go along with the plan?
I stopped being Moreno's officer a long time ago. Everyone here respects me, but they don't need to follow my orders. Not anymore.
I'll talk to Moreno.
You've got only one chance at this. I know Moreno. Once he's made up his mind about something, there's no changing it.
Try to convince Orion Moreno to stay.
Mark my words.
I didn't come all the way out here just so we could save the fucking NCR. I'm out.
Speech 80. The remnants come in, guns blazing, showing the NCR how it's done. You actually don't want that?
I can't believe you've actually talked me into this. Fine, I'm in. But don't expect me to hold my fire if any NCR troops get in the way.
Thanks for doing this. Getting them all back together again. I'll be honest. When Moreno started going off, I didn't think we'd all be walking out of there in one piece. I still don't know how this is all going to shake out in the end. But at least the Enclave can atone a bit for all the damage it's done.
You've certainly done your part.
I've been wondering about Daisy and the others for so long, I still haven't figured out what I should do. I mean, I'm not like them. I was born at Navarro, and my father served with them, but I wasn't really part of the Enclave. It seems presumptuous of me to think I could join the fight, even if this is a cause worth fighting for. Because I know when fighting breaks out at the dam, all hell is going to break loose in Freeside. They're gonna need every doctor they can get.
If you're so sure it's going to be a bloodbath, maybe you should stay in Freeside.
I honestly didn't expect you to say that. When I talked to you about Daisy and the others, you seemed to put a lot of value in loyalty to the past. What's changed since then?
Speech 80. You were born at Navarro, but you are your own man. They have their fight, and you have yours.
True enough, I suppose. Getting them back together must be worth more than me spraying plasma all over the dam. Back to Freeside it is. I need to make a...
So that's actually not what I wanted to do. Silly of me.
I didn't come all the way out here.
Thanks for doing this.
You've certainly done your part.
Because
What happens in Freeside won't make any difference if the Legion takes the dam. Fight with them.
Good point. You've been encouraging the others to stand up and fight. Maybe I should take the same advice. After all, I also lived in Navarro. There's something I need to go do, but I'll catch up with you later. Thanks again for your help with the others. It means a lot to me.
Alright. Arcade's leaving. And he's returned to Freeside.
Moreno's a stubborn son of a bitch, but he's also tougher than any of us. I'm glad you were able to talk him into staying. Since Whitman will be staying with the Vertibird, she's offered to give her old suit of power armor to you. You'll need special training to use it properly, so talk to her as soon as you get the chance.
I'll talk to her then.
The training might take several hours, so keep that in mind.
Talk to Daisy.
I appreciate you keeping Orion in the group. And since I won't be needing my armor, makes the cockpit a bit cramped.
Hi, Medusa.
You should take it. It'll take a few hours to show you how to use it properly, so let's get started.
Remnant's power armor added. Leave the Remnant's command room so they can plan for the coming battle. So you get the Remnant's power armor and Remnant's power helmet, which I'm going to hold on to, but I'm not going to wear because I'm obviously perked out for light armor. Quest completed for Auld Lang Syne. And if you were paying attention to all the companions in our Legion ending, you might have noticed Lily, who we've still never actually traveled with. Let's remedy that and do a bit with her.
Like I said, I needed to go do something. This is it. It belonged to my father. Since you convinced me to help out with the defense of Hoover Dam, I figured I'd haul it out of storage. I'm a little rusty with it, but I think I can manage. As long as you got my back, of course.
Awesome. Okay, let's head... I have enemies nearby, it seems. Cazadors, I think. I need to go west. Jacobstown is west. I might end up just walking. Seems extreme, but maybe if just killing these Cazadors is enough. It's been a while since we got Eddie's sweet combat music. I like it. Alright, hopefully that's enough. Yes, good. Now the Enclave are the good guys. Well, the six of them that are left, apparently. The six of them that are left out west, I should say. Let's grab Lily. We'll bring her along for the fun protection quest.
Heavens to Betsy, but Mr. Benny Menanastian, I hope you've realized, Pumpkin, that crime doesn't pay.
I think we should travel together.
That'd be lovely, dearie.
Lily is giving you the Stealth Girl perk. What's that one? Can't remember. Stealth Girl. Ah, yes. While Lily is a companion, the duration of Stealth Boys is increased by 200%, and all sneak attack critical hits do an additional 10% damage. Our ass punch just got even stronger. I don't think we've dialogued with her yet either.
But that Lucky 38 is a large building. And so fancy.
Questions to ask you?
Such a curious little...
Nope, I guess we have dialogued with her. Just kidding. Alright, let's head to Hoover Dam. It's time to protect President Kimball instead of killing him. I think there's clean water here. I shouldn't need to drink one of my purifieds. NCR Rangers. I'm not going to bother killing even more generics. Let's talk to Ranger Grant. I don't have any water on me. Oh, that's not true. I have a dirty water, which is fine. I don't care about the rads. Nope, not Eddie. Ranger Grant, come on.
We've got a lot to do to prepare for the president's visit, and not much time.
Goodbye.
Bye.
That was weird.
We've got a lot to do to prepare...
Well, this is strange. I'm trying to report to Ranger Grant. Doesn't seem to be working.
We've got a lot to do to prepare...
Bye. Supply closet. Yeah, the quest isn't working. Oh boy. There we are.
I'm glad you're here to help us out. This is a delicate matter, and we need all the help we can get from people we can trust. We've got a lot to do to prepare for the president's visit, and not much time. Once we start, we'll be on a strict timetable. Are you ready?
Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna say hello to Tiffany. I think she's in her office next door. Thank you for that. I have some questions.
Ask your questions, but keep it short.
Hey, Steven, you missed us doing the Legion ending. That's done. We played through it all the way to the end and won the Battle of Hoover Dam for Caesar. Then we reloaded the old save, and we still haven't had to commit to one of the other three endings. We're pretty close, but we did Arcade Ganon's side quests and recruited the Enclave remnants. I think you missed all of that, which is incompatible with the Legion ending, but, well, I guess it's not incompatible with the Legion ending, but it's hard to get Arcade to join you. I don't know the exact contours of that, but anyway, we did Arcade Ganon's side quest. We recruited the remnants. They're going to fight for the NCR at the Battle of Hoover Dam. We still have the ability to side with Mr. House, the NCR, or an independent Vegas. At this point in what I'll call my main playthrough, the only thing we're locked out of is siding with the Legion. So here we're at one of the twin quests. When we sided with the Legion, we had to come to Hoover Dam and assassinate the NCR's President Kimball. Now, for both Mr. House and for the NCR, we need to protect Kimball from being assassinated. And so we are about to do that. Can I use my weapons during the President's visit?
I trust you, so you're free to have your weapons. Just don't do anything too crazy, and we'll back you up.
What are your security arrangements?
Security detail consists of rangers stationed here at the dam. Some will keep an eye on the crowd while others will watch the perimeter. Snipers and sharpshooters have been assigned to key locations, and we also have a special canine unit sniffing out members of the crowd. I've also locked down access to critical locations, such as the landing platform on the visitor center.
I'm going to need access everywhere.
All right, I'll give you full access.
Do you have a detailed schedule for the visit?
I have a full itinerary here. Here you go.
Note added, President Kimball's itinerary. Do you have any leads on possible security threats?
The Legion will definitely try something. We don't have any solid leads yet. I'd almost expect something direct from them. But given the circumstances, there's a possibility of something more subtle, like sabotage. But since we don't have anything solid, we'll just have to keep our eyes out for anything out of the ordinary.
What can I do to help?
Someone like you. I'm just glad to have you on board. Do whatever you can. Security sweeps, talk to people, keep an eye out.
I'm done with questions.
If there's nothing else, then let's get moving.
I'm all set.
Good. The President doesn't arrive until tomorrow. Get some rest. I'll brief you in the morning. Glad you could join us. Most of my men are already on duty, and the crowd has already started gathering outside. We've got a busy day ahead of us.
So what's the plan for today?
The plan is to get through today without the shit hitting the fan. So I'll be overseeing the security team personally, and keeping in constant contact with people over the radio. It's a good bet that the Legion is gonna try something today, so we have to be prepared for anything. We'll do whatever it takes to get the President through this visit in one piece.
Let's get the show on the road.
President Kimball is arriving shortly. If you want to do any last-minute security sweeps or take a look around for anything suspicious, do it now. Once you're ready, meet me outside on the observation deck. Don't take too long.
Right. Optional. Investigate the area for clues. Meet Ranger Grant on the observation deck. Okay. Now, let's look at President Kimball's itinerary. Oh yeah, Big Sal's password. Daddy's home. President Kimball's itinerary. Hoover Dam presidential visit schedule. The President will visit Hoover Dam to give a speech to the troops and award a medal to Private Watson for his bravery and service to the NCR. The President is scheduled to arrive via Vertibird from California. The Vertibird will land on the top of the Visitor Center, where Colonel Moore will meet the President and escort him out to the stage. After a brief introduction by Colonel Moore, the President will give his speech. The speech will only take approximately 4 minutes. During the speech, the President will award a medal to Private Jeremy Watson for his service to the NCR. Once the speech is over, the President will be escorted directly back through the Visitor Center to his Vertibird for immediate departure. In the event of an emergency, the speech will be canceled and the President will be rushed to the Vertibird for immediate departure. If there is a problem with the Vertibird, a room on the second level of the Visitor Center will be used as a safe room to keep the President secure until any threat is over. Access to this room has been restricted, and Colonel Moore has the key in her desk. Alright. First things first, check out the supply closet. There's a pool of blood here. There is a pool of blood on the floor. Perception 6 required. Examine the stain. You examine the area and notice a bloody wrench and a toolbox nearby. Someone was killed here recently, and judging by the scene, it was one of the engineers. You should keep an eye out for any engineers acting strangely. Uh-huh. Now we want to check the Visitor Center terminal. Average locked. Holocaust. Nice. Hoover Dam Security Report. Security Report. Ranger Grant. With the President's arrival today, security is running a final sweep of the area, making preparations. Only members of the security team will have weapons at the President's speech. This means that all troopers at the speech must relinquish their weapons beforehand. We will limit people allowed to see the speech to a small number to reduce any potential risks to the President. I've gotten word that the President is traveling with only 2 Rangers, so our security team will need to be on full alert. I'd still like to log my concerns about not having enough time to prepare for this, but we'll do our job here today. Grant. Security duty roster. Duty roster access. You notice that duty roster has been accessed by an unknown login ID. It'd be a good idea to keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. Attention security personnel regarding security assignments for President's visit. The basic assignments are this. Rangers will secure the perimeter and keep an eye out for any external threats. Additional Rangers will be stationed around the stage and the crowd. Their primary job is to keep an eye on the crowd to make sure nothing funny happens. I want sharpshooters positioned at the following potential sniper locations. Visitor Center roof, Western Ridge, Dam Tower 1 roof. I want a radio up here to check in. Stay frosty today. Nothing bad is going to happen on our watch. Grant. Engineering report. Mike Lawson. We've received word that the President's vertibird is having some issues with the flight control computer. I've had some of the techs here examine the logs that were sent, and we think we can fix the issue with a small computer update. Ranger Grant has given me permission to have one of the NCR engineers examine the vertibird when it arrives, as well as having our computer update the vertibird's systems after it arrives. Mike Lawson. All right. Time to go talk to Ranger Grant. I think he's out on the roof, so let's head there.
I'll meet you on the observation deck.
Patrolling the Mojave almost makes me wish for a nuclear winter.
Haven't heard that line in a while. All right.
Have you finished your security sweep?
I'm ready. When will the President be here?
Looks like that's his vertibird coming right now. It's showtime. Let's not mess this up. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got some security procedures to oversee.
Protect President Kimball. All right, so we know that somebody's disguised as an engineer. So you can see the engineer here. If we pickpocket him, he's got a redundant fail-safe detonator, which we're going to want to pickpocket off of him. Report your findings to Ranger Grant. You're looking at the presidential vertibird. The assassins could have done something to the vertibird. Repair or explosives 50 or higher required. Examine. You search the vertibird and notice a strange item that doesn't belong. Upon examination, you notice it's a bomb. You skillfully disable the bomb and remove it from the vertibird. Let's talk to Grant about that. Now, if you watch carefully...
Come back in a minute. I'm busy with security matters.
I want my sniper rifle ready, because the other thing that they try is... If you watch carefully over here, you can actually see the NCR sniper get taken down.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for coming out here today for this very special occasion.
I found a bomb on the President's vertibird.
A bomb on the President's vertibird? Only a limited number of people had access to the vertibird. We have to get the President out of here now. I'll cancel the speech and have security search the area. We can't relax until we get the President out of here safely.
It is my pleasure to introduce to you the President of the new California Republic, Aaron Kimball.
Thank you, fellow Californians, who have come so far to answer the call to service put forth by the Republic. It is for you that I have come here, and it is because of you.
Oh, they took him down, see? I didn't even have to do it. And he's gone. Nice and easy. Completed. You'll know it when it happens. Is that it? I guess so. Inform Mr. House that President Kimball survived the assassination attempt. Cool. Allison Valentine.
Hey, you haven't seen my friend around here, have you? His name is Ben, and he's an engineer. We were supposed to meet up so we can watch the president's speech together, but he hasn't shown up yet.
I haven't seen him.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just keep waiting. Sorry to bother you.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that appears to be it. Wonder if I can fast travel out of here. Yep. Easy peasy. Cool. Now, I wonder if at this point we have to choose between Mr. House and the NCR. I keep thinking it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. But because we've got Don't Tread on the Bear sitting in our quest log, but it hasn't happened yet. So, do another pair of hard saves just in case.
If not for you, President Kimball would be dead. So you needn't feel guilty when the NCR's rout from Hoover Dam demolishes his political career.
What's the next step?
The Legion has nothing left to wait for. Their assault on the dam could begin at any moment. Before that happens, I'll ask you to complete one other task. It may seem trivial, but that's far from the case. Between the Strip and Helios 1 lies the El Dorado electrical substation. Humble as it appears, the substation has immense strategic value, for it's there that you'll jumpstart the Lucky 38's dormant reactor. Gain access to the substation's control room and install this override module. Just so you know, there are NCR troops guarding the station.
What's this about a dormant reactor?
The strain of defending Las Vegas from annihilation exceeded my power system's capacity. My primary reactor shut down. For years, I played a miser with my emergency power supply. I began to run out of reserves around the time I woke the first batch of Securitrons. Negotiating an allotment of power from Hoover Dam was crucial. That's what's powered the Strip for the past 7 years.
Why didn't you restart the reactor earlier?
I needed the operating software on the Platinum chip to bring it back online. And to start the reactor itself requires a tremendous jolt of current. Very attention-getting. The NCR has its hands full now, of course. I doubt they'll raise much of a fuss.
You already have power. Why is this important?
This is not a good time to be dependent on energy from Hoover Dam. When the Legion attacks, the NCR may cut power altogether.
Oh my gosh, Sugar Melly, thank you for the raid. Hi, everybody.
Power than the NCR has allotted to the Strip. Broadcasting encrypted VMQ-boosted command signals to hundreds of Securitrons eats up more power than you might expect.
I'll take care of it.
With this accomplished, all preparations will have been made. The battle for Hoover Dam will be upon us before long.
Sugar Raid. Well, thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. Hope you like old games in the Oblivion engine. All right, down to the casino. We're still good. NCR is not mad at us yet. Let's have Lily follow us. Have Eddie follow us. Now I think this is very likely the point of no return. You have 100 hours in the game but never made it to the casino. Well, I probably have a lot more than 100 hours, but I've done literally everything. I've got a full world map, done basically every quest. All that's left is I have 3 endings, the Mr. House ending, the Independent ending, and the NCR ending left to do. We already did the Legion ending earlier today, and I have the final DLC, Lonesome Road. I've done everything else at this point, which is kind of utterly insane, I know. Well, let's head to the Eldorado substation. I get the feeling this might be the thing that actually pisses off the NCR. We'll see. Let's head inside. This is trespassing, but who cares? Empty Edotronic. Yeah, I'll steal the whiskey. That terminal is probably where we install our override. Power the substation. Report back to Mr. House. That caused NCR infamy. No, Eddie, don't fight anybody. Let's just walk away. Alright, take care, Fearful. Thanks for stopping by. Don't tread on the bear. Still hasn't failed, which is pretty amazing. I'm guessing that it's going to as soon as we talk to Mr. House at this point. I think we're still just idolized, even though we took on some NCR infamy just then. Yeah, we're vilified at the fort. But yeah, NCR still loves us for now. And I think I can stream until noon today. I've got 1 hour left. I think at this point, if I were going forward with Mr. House and or Independent Vegas, it would be time to cut out and do Lonesome Road. I think instead, I'll spend the last hour doing the NCR ending. Let's go to the penthouse, because I bet the NCR turns on us after we turn in this quest. We shall see.
As you can see, Vegas is humming along. I've tested my C3I broadcasting arrays. Everything is in order. And just in time, as it turns out, the forces of Caesar's Legion are on the march, establishing a staging area east of the dam. Their assault could begin at any moment, so that's where you'll be heading, if you're ready. Hoover Dam.
Why do I need to be there? The NCR has an army.
Indeed they do. An army that'll be too distracted with killing legionaries to notice the real reason you're there. Your objective is to reach a control room halfway across the dam and install an override module similar to the one you used at the substation. The override will enable me to control the entire dam's power output. You may remember how the bunker at the fort was rather dimly lit. Well, just like the Lucky 38, it needs a big jolt of electricity to power up. You've already uploaded the new operating system to the Securitrons. All they need is power, and they'll be in fighting trim.
I have some questions first.
Even now, on the brink of battle,
What should I expect at the dam?
imagine 2 snarling dogs fighting over a curve of bone. Perhaps the rib of their master long dead. It'll be a pitched battle, that's a certainty. Perhaps the greatest battle the Earth has seen since the human race nearly made itself extinct.
Any speculation on Legion tactics?
The Legion will mount a ferocious and determined frontal assault from the east. That much is certain. Still, Caesar is a capable strategist. I'd be surprised if he hasn't found some way to infiltrate the dam or the NCR's rear areas.
Let's get back to business.
As I've said, your objective is to install an override module in the control room halfway across the dam. Are you ready to perform this task?
I have some things to take care of before the battle.
Then handle them with dispatch. The Legion's assault is imminent.
House always wins. 8. Return to Mr. House when you're ready to fight the battle for Hoover Dam. Well, how about that? We still haven't pissed off the NCR. Go figure. Alright, at this point, like I said, I'm going to spend my last hour doing the NCR ending. I think it will probably be substantially faster than the Legion ending was, so we may even get started on Lonesome Road. We shall see. For now, for the Republic, we need to kill Mr. House. Plans for the afternoon? Don't really have much planned. Tiffany is really sick, so we're going to probably just gonna vegetate. We might head out to look at some fireworks this evening, but I think for our plans today, we're just gonna hang here. How about everyone else? Who are my other Americans? What are your fourth plans? All right, bye, Cyclo. Good having you here this morning. The NCR asked me to get rid of you.
Those snakes. For them, you sad, misguided whore.
Time for you to die, Mr. House. Alright, we get the obituary when we kill him, like we always do. Now, the house has gone bust.
Target lost. Engagement successful.
Return to Colonel Moore and report that Mr. House is no longer a threat. Mr. House is dead. His grand dreams for New Vegas will never be realized. Alright, let's head to Hoover Dam. And report back to Colonel Moore. She's in the offices off of Power Plant 1, if memory serves.
Report. Is Mr. House still a threat?
I was hoping to ask you some questions.
If you must, but please keep it brief.
Tell me about the NCR.
I don't have time to discuss all the different aspects of the NCR with you, but if you want it all in a nutshell, the NCR is progress. If you wander around the wasteland, you'll find all sorts of tribes, villages, and such where people spend most of their time trying to survive. The NCR gives its citizens a shot at something more. We have laws, currency, healthcare, government, all the things that were lost. It's not perfect, but it's worth protecting, which is why we also have the largest military in existence.
How did you get to be a colonel in the NCR?
I joined up at a young age. Was barely 16 when I left home and volunteered to be in the military. Got a few strange looks at first, but those stopped when I got top marks across the board during training and became an officer at 17. A few years went by, my squad helped take down gangs of raiders here and there, and one day an invitation to join the Rangers arrived. Those were the best years of my life. Doing something that truly matters, and having the freedom to handle it as you see fit. Then I got injured. Everyone was very supportive. I received a promotion to colonel and given greater responsibility. But my days as a ranger were over.
Sounds like you miss it.
I do, sometimes. There are days I'd give anything to be out in the open air, planting explosives and laying down covering fire. But here I am, stuck in the same stale office day after day, while other people get to do the actual fighting. But enough reminiscing. Do you have other questions?
What can you tell me about Hoover Dam?
It's a position of some strategic importance to the NCR, providing power and water as it does. It's moderately defensible, with a single point of entry on the east side. To get to the power plants below, the enemy has to cross the entire top. The Legions tried to cross the water on a few occasions, but slow-moving boats make easy targets for sharpshooters.
What do you know about Caesar's Legion?
They're organized, I'll give them that. The few times I've encountered them firsthand, I've been impressed with their discipline. I've heard they don't allow women in their military, considering them nothing more than breeding stock. Their men, however, are typically quite large, in phenomenal condition, and prefer close-quarter weapons. Recent engagements have taught us to fear their shock attacks, so it's a blessing that we seem to have superior firearms.
What impressed you about their discipline?
I've never once seen a single one of them back down or disobey an order. They'll happily charge a fortified position with little more than a sharpened stick if ordered to, and do so without hesitation.
You mentioned that they were in good shape?
Yes, extremely so. They must use conditioning routines on par with the Rangers or better. Their soldiers can run near half again as fast as my best men, and close distances with frightening speed. And they're as strong as they are fast. Their superior physicality makes them extremely dangerous up close, so I've had the men run drills for taking on larger, stronger opponents. But they've all been instructed to take them down at range if possible. I've made it clear I don't want any heroes in my squad, just survivors.
What kind of weapons do they use?
Their standard kit seems to be a blade of some sort and light armor. Guns are not uncommon, but are of questionable condition. While they prefer to use their blades, it's common for them to scavenge better weapons from their enemies and use those. The men have been told to toss their weapons over the side of the dam if they receive a fatal wound, but I doubt many will remember.
Let's talk about something else.
I can only spare a few more moments. What did you wish to speak about?
Are you in charge of the NCR around here?
I command the garrison here at the dam, yes, but Colonel Shu over at McCarran is technically in charge of the area's forces.
Let's go back to discussing Mr. House.
Okay, is he still a threat?
I killed Mr. House.
Then that's one more nuisance we won't have to worry about. Good work. Our efforts haven't gone unnoticed either. The brass have been throwing around the idea of having the president visit the dam for a while now, to rally the troops and boost morale and such. With our recent achievements, they finally feel secure enough to stage the damn thing. But while it's being planned, I have one last mission for you. Several years ago, we managed to wrest the Helios 1 solar power station from the Brotherhood of Steel chapter local to this area. It was a crushing victory, but no one's heard a peep from the Brotherhood since. Most people assume the Brotherhood is scattered and not a threat. Recently, we've had scouts go missing in an area west of Helios, and I'm concerned that the Brotherhood is involved.
Oh, I've already done this.
I want you to find them, and once you do, finish them for good. Any questions?
The Brotherhood has been eliminated.
Oh, that's a relief. A Brotherhood attack while we're busy with the Legion would be catastrophic. The situation being what it is, we can't afford to lose even a single man unnecessarily. But we've got more important matters to attend to. The President is due to arrive soon, and we're sure the Legion won't waste such an opportunity. I want you to assist the security detail we've prepared for the President. His safety is critical to maintaining the men's fighting spirit.
We already did
Go up to
this.
the Visitor Center and speak to Ranger Grant. He's in charge of security during the President's visit. Dismissed.
We won't go quietly. The Legion can count.
Is the President safe?
I was hoping to ask you some questions.
This is no time for questions. Get back topside and protect the President.
On that.
Well, this is already done. I'm sure this is going to bug out somehow. But I guess we'll see. Yeah, you'll know it when it happens. It's already done in my quest log, so come on.
Go quietly. The Legion can count on that.
I might have to backtrack a little. Can I force him into dialogue somehow?
Nelson's back in our hands.
Let me see about advancing the For the Republic quest with the console. Because this bug isn't working. $65. Okay. Okay. Known bug, easy to fix. Highlight Grant and just type disable and then enable. No. Well, that didn't work. Okay. Let me try this. Set objective displayed. This is a well-known issue. It's all over the wiki. 0013-6166-651. Return to Colonel Moore and report that President Kimball has safely left. There we go. That's the one. We got it. We got it. Where'd she go?
Is the president safe?
The president has departed safely.
Good. His death could have had a major impact on morale. This whole affair was ill-advised from the start, and I, for one, am glad it's over. While you were out, General Oliver arrived and briefed all senior officers regarding a change in our strategy. I'm not at liberty to divulge what was said, but I've been instructed to send you to him immediately. He set up his camp in the office area at the south end of this power plant. Dismissed.
All right. You were committing to fight with the NCR at the Battle for Hoover Dam, which will determine the fate of New Vegas for decades to come. If there's anything you want to do before you enter the battle, do it now, before you cross the point of no return. Let's do this.
Well, you took your sweet-ass time coming here. Let's get down to brass tacks. We need to get this thing moving if we want to keep the element of surprise.
What is this all about?
You've done some great work for us up to this point, and we're hoping to use your unique abilities to aid us once again. Thanks to the task my subordinates have delegated to you, the NCR now has a unique opportunity.
What opportunity is that?
We now have a chance to take the fight to those bastards on their home turf. I'm in the beginning stages of planning out an assault on the fort. I've made calls to our allies, and they're on their way to our position. Once our forces are in place in garrison here, we'll begin our assault.
Sir, I don't know what happened. A bunch of Legionnaires just stormed into the power station.
Into the power station? How is that possible?
I don't know, sir. There was some talk of them entering through the clog intake tunnels, but I don't have any confirmation. On my way up here, there was some chatter about their commander, the Legate, I think he's called, set up at some kind of base on the eastern bank.
Okay, listen here. Unless we can get some additional support, I'm gonna need you to help me resolve this situation. You need to make your way to this camp they have on the eastern bank and take out the Legate. That should hamstring this attack.
Can you offer any additional support?
Like I said earlier, we have some supplemental forces on the way, but this wasn't the situation I was expecting, so I can only offer what is on hand. Thanks for your support. I'll make sure the NCR emergency radio is up and running. Go kill those bastards.
All right.
Good gracious. The Legion is using the intake tunnels to storm their way into the dam. Someone has to stop them.
What can I do to help?
I think that you should be able to divert the flow of the water into the generator turbines. That would grind them up like a hamburger. The computer to activate it is just ahead, but you may need to go outside to activate the manual override. That system hasn't been used in a while.
I'll take care of it.
Good luck. I'm gonna find a place to not get shot.
Uh-oh. Out of memory. That's a hell of an error. I think that is what we call peak New Vegas. Let's try again. Less failing, please, Obsidian. It's been through so many patches. And I've seen so many things actually work correctly. Crash! Let's do the autosave.
Good gracious.
There we go. Mike Lawson suggested flushing the Legionnaires through the turbines. Alright, so as advertised, the computer should be close by. I think it's on the upper level, though. Must be on the top level. Oh, hello. My, that was a lot of you. Where is that pointing me? I can't... Oh, it's there. It's on the turbine. Okay. I see it now. How annoying. Sorry about that, but I spotted the computer that time. Well, this is not going well. Part of it is I can't remember where I last quick saved. Come on! All praise be Bethesda. And this isn't even Bethesda, is it? This was Obsidian. Yeah, we're getting the good old infinite loading screen. We haven't had that in a while. And it crashed again. It seems that we don't like the battle for Hoover Dam all of a sudden. Try again. Try again. Same saves. Alright. At least I know where the computer is now. Should go faster.
Good gracious.
Let's do a quick save here. First of all. That'll help. Nope, that's not it. The Legion just, like, is innately aware of my location, I think. Because they just keep making a beeline to wherever I am. Do you see that? Whatever, I don't care. It's not working. It's not working. Overflow control console. There it is. Divert the water. Pressure will need to be relieved at the manual override valve. Activate the pressure release valve to flush the legionaries through the turbines. Okay, where might that be? He said outside, but where? Through here, apparently. Outside, here we go. This must be the manual override. Legion can no longer use the turbines to access the power plant. Ah, fuck off. Very good. Now we can just make a beeline to the Legate's camp. It's a little annoying because we have to do the whole boomerang. We have to go through all 4 power plants, then over the entire top of the dam. But so it goes. I'm of a mind to just whip through it. And then I might just do the Mr. House ending too. And then, because Independent Vegas is my actual jam, I'll save what I'll call my canon ending for after Lonesome Road. If that all makes sense. It's like we can't get into the offices. That's fine. Hey, it's arcade. Oh yeah, this is where all of our allies show up, so we'll see the remnants and we'll see the boomers too. Which is always exciting. Here come the boomers. Exciting stuff. All right.
Alpha Squad reporting in. Thanks for the support back there. We've been assigned to ensure you make it to the Legate. How can we be of assistance?
You have superior firepower. You can overwhelm them if you push the advance on them.
You're in charge of this operation. That sounds like a suicide mission, but our orders are to take commands from you. Unit, let's move out.
That's the boomers' ordnance, which is pretty awesome. And here are the remnants. Look at them go. They'll wreck the Legion something fierce. Alright, now here's the door to the Legate's camp. We'll let Lanius talk since this is the first run.
Another kill to my...
And who are you to come before me? You bear the insignia of the bear, yet you do not wear it as a soldier of the West wears it.
What, Caesar wasn't brave enough to come take the dam himself?
Kaiser's will is made truth through me. I am a hammer against all that defy his rule. If you seek to stand against me, you shall fall as the West falls.
Maybe you're willing to listen to reason.
I see you fight with words, like all beneath the flag of the bear. Let us hope your skill with weapons proves greater.
Speech 55. This battle is decided. That's why I am here.
So you seek quarter? Terms of surrender? Our roads into NCR are hung with the bodies of those who attempted to negotiate with us. Save your speeches. We will take Hoover Dam and move forward until our feet crush the setting sun beneath them.
Speech 65. Move forward? The Legion spent years trying to take Hoover Dam.
Hoover Dam has never seen the mass strength of the East. Only legates such as Graham, who deserve the fire Kaiser blessed him with. Now I am here, and make markers of your people as the Legion carves its way west.
Speech 75. And then what of the East?
You speak in circles. What of the East? I am the East, and I will prove it this day.
Speech 85. If you need all the East to crush the West...
The victory here shall be swift. Our forces shall take the dam, secure it, then build a road west on the bodies of the NCR. The East will hold. Once across the Colorado, nothing to rival Hoover Dam remains.
Well, except Vegas.
Vegas will fall.
Really? I hope you're not counting on the Omertas to help you.
I count on no one.
Good, because the Omertas plan was stopped, Vegas is as strong as ever.
A plan by Vorpus. Treachery is a weapon that one should never rely on. I can only hope that the Omertas died when their treachery was exposed. To have the plan succeed only would have sullied the Legion. It does not matter. Victory shall be ours. It shall be swift. And it will be honest. Purchased with blood.
Speech 100. It is not the strength of the West that will slow you. It is their weakness.
Your weakness? You seek to thwart me by claiming the Legion is too strong for you?
NCR's weakness is its size. It'll take your entire army to hold the West.
That does not mean we would not succeed.
Eventually, but moving your whole army west means losing the East. You can't hold both.
The East was a hard-fought campaign. Even now, Kaiser drew too much of the Legion's blood needed there for this. Hoover Dam is but a place. I will not have it be the gravestone of the Legion, whether quickly, or as you describe, slowly, by attrition.
There's victory in wisdom, Legate.
As for wisdom, there is wisdom in your words, man of the West. Know that I shall return east. I shall not remain there forever. On that day, the strength of the bear shall be tested. If the West is one day filled with ones such as you, Perhaps it shall be a worthy fight indeed.
If you feel that war matters that much, perhaps you will see differently in time.
My coming would have saved you, set your people free in ways they cannot see. War would have tested them, broken the weak with its violence, yet allowing the strong to arise. Violence gave you that strength, awakened you. I can see it upon your face, where 2 bullets left their mark. Perhaps it is unfortunate Wolpex was not here to hear your words. Something tells me you would prove more than his match. Until the day when our armies meet again, NCR. I shall wait for you on the battlefield.
Here we go. The battle has been won. Return to General Oliver. Yeah, I have half an hour left. I think I will do the Mr. House ending. I think I can get it done fast enough. And then that will leave Lonesome Road and our final ending. We didn't quite finish in June like we wanted to, but we are very close.
That's a fine bit of work back there. Truth told,
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
You and the dam. I'm impressed to say the least, and that's no easy thing. You've secured NCR's future. The administration sends its thanks for what it's worth.
What happens now?
We clean up, take prisoners, watch the east for any more trouble from the Legion. Though I think they're still running, according to our scouts. After that, we'll see what happens when the dust settles and how the Mojave looks now without Caesar coming for its throat. Something tells me we better enjoy this breather while we can. And if that means Vegas, then you and the troops have earned it.
Maybe traveling is in order.
Can't keep the courier spirit down, eh? Fair enough. We'll clean up here. Kind of curious how this is going to pan out in the long run. But I guess history will tell us in its own sweet time.
And so the courier who had cheated death in the cemetery outside Good Springs cheated death once again, and the Mojave Wasteland was forever changed. The new California Republic celebrated its second victory at Hoover Dam, establishing definitive control over the entire Mojave Wasteland. Soon after, they negotiated terms to annex the Strip, Freeside, and many surrounding communities. The Mojave Wasteland, at long last, had entirely fallen under the NCR's banner. With brutal methods that few in NCR would approve of, it was the courier who secured NCR's victory at Hoover Dam. Despite his extreme actions, he was awarded with the Golden Branch, the highest civilian decoration given by the Republic.
Though some super mutants in Nightkin continued to journey to the legendary Utopia, they found little trace of its existence. Some eventually found their way to Jacobstown, but many wandered off into the wastes, confused and disheartened.
Invigorated by his travels with the courier, Raul once more took up his guns in memory of his lost Rafaela. Soon after, the Mojave was filled with tales of the ghost vaquero who hunts down those who prey on the weak.
With the help of the gunrunners, the Boomers developed a healthy trading relationship with the NCR. Eventually, the Boomers began wandering out into the wasteland, while still preventing outsiders from entering Nellis.
Buried beneath tons of rubble, the Mojave chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel was no more. Those few who were outside the Hidden Valley bunker when it was destroyed settled into new lives, or headed west to find a new chapter to join.
The death of the Mojave Brotherhood came much too soon for Veronica, and in their absence, she felt truly lost. Yet in its wake, she took small comfort in her decision to remain by their side through their few remaining days.
Their leaders destroyed by the courier, the fiends scattered throughout the wasteland. Without the organization of Motor Runner, Cook, Violet, and Driver Nephi, they were easy prey.
After the NCR's victory at the dam, the followers of the Apocalypse were pushed out of Old Mormon Fort during its occupation by NCR forces. NCR further encouraged them to leave Outer Vegas entirely, and the followers had no choice but to comply.
Though Arcade had not hoped for an NCR victory, he was proud of his role in the defense of Hoover Dam against the forces of Caesar's Legion. Unfortunately, when word spread that Arcade was once a member of the Enclave, he was forced out of the Followers of the Apocalypse. Pursued by bounty hunters, NCR Rangers, and the Brotherhood of Steel, Arcade pushed deep into the Eastern Plains and was never heard from again.
Goodsprings saw more trade along I-15 after NCR gained control of the Mojave Wasteland, but with that came a heavy burden of the Republic's taxes. Some old-timers, unable to handle the cost, were forced to move on, grumbling all the while.
Cass survived to see the NCR flag flying proud over Hoover Dam, and thought for a moment, this is what a hero must feel like. She was about to tell the courier not to get too proud of himself. Then she figured, he knew that already. That night, Cass kicked in the door of his room to celebrate, only to find the man on the bed was an NCR soldier whose barracks had been destroyed. He was cute, though, so after having her way with him, she got the hell out, leaving an empty whiskey bottle as a note. As she walked along the dam in the night, she felt drunk, content, and happy to be alive. Which to her was the whole point of it all.
During the Battle of Hoover Dam, the Great Khans quickly evacuated Red Rock Canyon and headed north and east into the plains of Wyoming.
She is, Martin.
They
You're right.
with the Followers of the Apocalypse and rebuilt their strength. Bolstered by ancient knowledge of governance, economics, and transportation, they carved a mighty empire out of the ruins of the Northwest.
Thanks to the courier and Lily, a cure for the Nightkin's schizophrenia was found shortly after Dr. Henry's experiment concluded. Nightkin and other super mutants in the wasteland flocked to Jacobstown, and the town became known as a haven where a mutant could find peace.
Lily continued to take her medicine at half doses, and although she remembered her grandchildren, her mind remained muddled and confused. Eventually, she parted ways with the courier and traveled west, seeking the remnants of her past.
After the NCR victory at Hoover Dam, the temporary truce between them and the Kings blossomed into a full-scale relief effort for the people. While the NCR made repeated entreaties that Freeside join the Republic, the Kings steadfastly maintained their independence.
After Ray's brain was transplanted into Rex's cybernetic body, it took Rex some time to adjust to the old scrapyard dog's memories. Eventually, Rex's mind settled peacefully, melding his own memories with that of long travels with old Lady Gibson.
Shaped up by the courier's advice, the Misfits distinguished themselves during the Legion's attack on Camp Golf. Mags was finally promoted to sergeant, and the rest of the Misfits received an official commendation. They continued to serve with distinction for many years.
Though Novak was a low-priority target for the Legion, many of Novak's citizens died in its defense. In the weeks that followed, several bright followers returned to Novak to help restore its defenses, allowing it to remain independent of NCR.
Looking for a place where he could be of some use, Boone found himself re-enlisting with his old unit. Though his regrets remained in his thoughts, they coalesced into a purpose, and Boone embraced it. He spent his leave time hunting down slavers in the desert, his first recon beret the last thing they never saw.
After Hoover Dam, the leaderless powder gangers at the correctional facility vanished into the wastes, leaving the prison empty. The correctional facility became another abandoned ruin in the wasteland, its carcass occasionally picked over by enterprising prospectors.
After the majority of the Vault 19 powder gangers joined the Great Khans,
I haven't bothered going back to talk to Boone. I would assume so, but as buggy as this game is, it might not work correctly.
erase their past. Most never survived the journey.
After Hoover Dam, Sheriff Myers runs Prim with his own style of frontier justice. He deals with most folks fairly, but now and then someone winds up dead with little to no evidence against them.
With logs cleared and its systems upgraded, Eddie remained a vigilant and constant companion to the courier. The Brotherhood used the blah blah blah.
Hanlon's worst fears.
NCR's Rangers persevered and distinguished themselves during the Second Battle of Hoover Dam. The Rangers, along with NCR's many troopers, shared the glory of victory. Hanlon wisely stayed out of the spotlight, crediting General Oliver's leadership for NCR's success. After a brief fanfare, Hanlon stepped down as chief and returned to the peace and quiet of his ranch outside of Reading.
After their bold arrival at Hoover Dam, the remnants disappeared as quickly as they came. Legends of their power spread throughout the Southwest, a reminder of why people once feared the sight of vertibirds in the sky.
And so the Courier's Road came to an end, for now. In the new world of the Mojave Wasteland, fighting continued, blood was spilled, and many lived and died just as they had in the old world. Because war never changes.
All right, let's take a moment to do the Mr. House ending. Congratulations on completing Fallout New Vegas. All right. Let's head back to the Lucky 38. This time, rather than killing Mr. House, we'll tell him we're ready to fight.
The Legion's assault could begin at any moment.
I'm going to do Lonesome Road before the Independent Vegas ending, Martin, because that's my actual ending. I'm ready. Let's finish this.
We've accomplished a great deal, you and I. One last task and our work is complete. I'll see you in the control room.
You were committing to fight for Mr. House at the Battle for Hoover Dam, which will determine the fate of New Vegas for decades to come. If there's anything you want to do before you enter the battle, do it now, before you cross the point of no return. Let's do this. Achievement unlocked. The House always wins.
You must get to the control room and install the override chip.
Quest added. All or nothing. Nice. I don't know. I might save him for next week. Hoover Dam Tower is where we want to be. Where is it telling me to go? To the offices. Okay. That's what I thought. Now, Lonesome Road will probably take a few episodes, so I think we'll just keep it to, you know, regularly occurring episodes during the weeks. Install the override chip.
I knew you'd make it. Resourceful as always. The override module is functioning properly. I'm rerouting power to the Securitron vault at the fort as we speak. I just need you to head over to the East Power Plant and manually activate the switch. When you return topside, I think you'll see that my Securitron army is a little more than the Legion was prepared to handle. Oh, and before you go, grab that printout spooling from the console here. Those papers set the terms for the NCR's unconditional surrender. I thought you might enjoy the honor of presenting them to the NCR's commanding officer once the Legion has been defeated. Cheers.
Note added, order of withdrawal. I do kind of like siding with Mr. House. He's my favorite besides Independent, for sure. Order of withdrawal. To General Oliver or highest-ranking survivor, to the NCR President, to the NCR Council, from Robert Edwin House. As Chief Executive of the Free Economic Zone of New Vegas, I hereby demand the immediate withdrawal of all NCR military personnel from New Vegas and its surrounding territories. A. Yes, all military personnel includes NCR Rangers. B. New Vegas and its surrounding territories includes, but is not limited to, Hoover Dam, McCarran International Airport, Helios 1, and the El Dorado substation. It is important to note that my vast army of heavily armed Securitrons has been rather inflexibly programmed to respond to acts of aggression with overwhelming force. A. For examples of heavily armed and overwhelming force, I will refer you to the pitiless campaign of extermination my Securitrons will have visited upon Caesar's Legion by the time you are reading this document. B. Any NCR military personnel who do not withdraw from New Vegas and its territories will be seen as committing an act of aggression. NCR civilians are not subject to this order of withdrawal. They may visit New Vegas freely, enjoying all that the Vegas Strip has to offer. So long as NCR military personnel comply with this order to withdraw, electricity and water will continue to flow from Hoover Dam to the NCR. A. Electricity, 5 caps per kilowatt hour. B. Water, 5 caps per gallon. The NCR Council's Office of Budget will receive invoices bi-weekly. Prices are subject to change without notice. Cordially, Robert Edwin House, Chief Executive, Free Economic Zone of New Vegas. Oh gosh. I think that's the override switch I'm supposed to hit. This switch controls the power to the east side of the power plant. Turn on the switch. Exit out to the east side of the dam. Do you mean in real life? How much do I pay for kilowatt hour? I don't even know. Huh. Well, I guess we can't take that exit. I assume that's what we're being told. Rather unsubtly by that explosion. Oh, it wants me to go in here. Hey, there's an exit further down. I don't think so, though. Ah, yes. No, where the fuck does it want me to go? Hoover Dam Tower. I guess I just lost track of where that actually is. No matter. We'll find our way. I like that House shows up on all the TVs. I think Yes Man does the same thing when we do his ending. There we go. Follow the signs to the exit. That's where we're headed. My goodness. There it is. Just blew right past it because I forgot the door was in the kitchen. Alright, out we go. Head to the Legate's camp and deal with the Legate and Caesar's Legion. They're my remnant buddies. Here come the boomers with their ordnance. We've got House's Mark II Securitrons fucking things up. It's pretty awesome. Dialoguing with the Legate will be the same. I will actually kill the Legate when I do my final ending after Lonesome Road. Open gate to the Legate's camp. Legate's dialogue is going to be exactly the same, so we'll just speed through it on this go. Same here, Martin. The bank owns the overwhelming share of my my house as well. I'm hoping that changes eventually. Slowly but surely it is. There's the Legate.
An envoy of Vegas, yet you carry yourself for battle. If so, you cannot truly.
I guess his dialogue isn't all the same. If you think you've got any chance of taking Hoover Dam, you're wrong.
Many graves in the East are filled with those who said as much, with braver words, not backed by strength. It is Kaiser's will this gate to the west bear the flag of the Legion. Kaiser's will shall be done. Kaiser.
Maybe you're willing to listen to reason. This battle is decided. That's why I'm here.
So, say now. Know that I shall. If the West. Perhaps until.
All right. I guess only his intro was different. Battle has been won. Time to talk to Oliver. It's obviously going to go differently this time. Hi, Cannibal.
Caesar on the cross. Been a long time since I've seen the kind of work you've laid down today. A damn long time. And the screams of those Legion bastards as they kick dirt running east like a choir of angels to my ears. Speaking of, that crazy light show over the fort? What the fuck was that? Some kind of thumb of God you called down? Amazing. Fucking amazing. Could use 100 of you. Just scatter you over the east like jacks. Give those plum fucks the what for.
I can't take all the credit, but it wasn't really a gamble either. I didn't take the dam for you, General. I took it for Vegas. Mr. House sends his regards, Oliver. He's expanding.
What the hell are you on about? House? He's just a rumor on the strip. Never leaves his... What is this Brahmin shit? I'm not getting the feeling we're all about to sing Kumbaya here.
Singing isn't necessary, but I do have a paper for you to sign.
What the hell are you talking about? What is this? The free economic zone of New Vegas? What the hell does that mean? Oh, wait. Here we go. Demands NCR's immediate withdrawal. Withdraw? Like fucking hell we're withdrawing. We just held the dam. We didn't do it to let it go. This paper of yours isn't fit to wipe my ass. If you think after all that's happened, I'm going to grab my ankles and take it like the Legion.
The terms are fair. Refusing them would not be in your best interest.
You know I won't surrender the dam. And certainly not to the ghost man of Vegas and his new right hand of the week.
Ever resisted arrest on the strip? Then you know the odds. You will because the
We held this place for years. Kicked one-legged out of here so hard, Caesar burned him to a crisp. It's our post. We fought for it. I'll fight for it again today. If you're looking to convince me otherwise, you better have a lot more reasons than you just telling me to go.
Bluff. The fact you're talking with me says a lot about your willingness to fight. We want the dam, but the power it generates can be shared.
You sure got its heart beating in new ways. But that just makes me want all of it, not handouts.
The reason we need to hold on to it is because it's very technical. Very.
So you're saying without you, Hoover Dam just beats slower and dies? I believe it. I saw it myself this day. You woke it up, true enough. Still, even power from the dam, that's not enough to wash the salt out of the wound here. It only benefits NCR and the Mojave, not the West.
There are technologies in Vegas we may be able to provide to NCR. Not all, but some.
Well, Vegas burns brighter than most cities west of the Divide, and that glitter has its appeal. Not sure that's going to mend fences with folks back west, though. But
As long as that's not a no, then I'd take that doubt to your superiors. You've witnessed what we can do this day to the Legion. We can shut down the dam, Vegas, and NCR. If you don't accept my gifts, the technologies rolling into NCR will be Securitrons, I promise you. I like that one.
No. You've given me enough ammo for the Republic. But what one head may like, the other bearhead may not. Still, I'm not about to add blood to the mix, since you could have done us like the Legion now if you wanted. Look, House, Vegas, it's pretty. Got you blinded a bit maybe. But NCR's got perks too. Think about it before you sign on with him. And if you say no, keep in mind what that means. NCR may have its problems, but when we're riled, watch out.
Attack me and I'll order an attack on NCR at McCarran, the Embassy, and the Strip. Tell your soldiers you're going to attack Vegas and see what happens. NCR can't hold the Mojave already, and now you're threatening me?
I'm not going to throw away the lives of my men just to make a point. And there'll be other days.
Return to Mr. House with news of your victory.
You know, I've had thousands of employees in my time. Few met my expectations. Fewer still surpassed them. Your performance has been nothing short of spectacular. If I have need for a specialist of your stripe again, I'll know just where to turn. Back to Vegas, shall we? I really should do something about that monorail with all the new resources at hand. I can make sure it not only runs, but runs on time. Always bothered me, the imprecision. No need to worry about the General, by the way. He'll be held responsible, publicly disgraced. 36.5% probability of suicide, by my estimate. Kimball won't be able to save him. He'll be too busy getting thrown out of office. But less than a 3% chance of suicide, mind you. Vegas might see a dip in revenue for a few months, half a year. But soon enough, the tourists and their money will be pouring in. Vegas will be a shining jewel in the middle of the desert, an oasis of light, a beacon to show mankind the way to the stars. This is just the start, you see. This is where it all begins.
And so
Achievement
the
unlocked,
courier
all or
who cheated
nothing.
Death in the cemetery outside Good
Uh-oh.
Springs cheated death once again, and the Mojave Wasteland was forever changed.
Another ending.
Mr. House's Securitron army took control of Hoover Dam and the Strip, pushing both the Legion and the exhausted NCR out of New Vegas. Mr. House continued to run New Vegas his way, a despotic vision of pre-war glory. The streets were orderly, efficient, cold. New Vegas continued to be the sole place in the wasteland where fortunes were won and lost in the blink of an eye. The courier, cruel and merciless, had ensured that Mr. House would maintain complete control over New Vegas and everyone in it. Mr. House afforded him every luxury at his disposal in the Lucky 38, partly out of gratitude and partly out of fear.
Though some super mutants in Nightkin continued to journey to the legendary Utopia, they found little trace of its existence. Some eventually found their way to Jacobstown, but many wandered off into the wastes, confused and disheartened.
Invigorated by his travels with the courier, Raoul once more took up his gun.
Come on.
Soon after, the Mojave was filled with tales of the ghost vaquero who hunts down those who prey on the weak.
Mr. House showed little interest on the boomers, who eventually began venturing out to Nellis to meet and trade with travelers.
Buried beneath tons of rubble, the Mojave chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel was no more. Those few who were outside the Hidden Valley bunker when it was destroyed settled into new lives, or headed west to find a new chapter to join.
The death of the Mojave Brotherhood came much too soon for Veronica, and in their absence, she felt truly lost. Yet in its wake, she took small comfort in her decision to remain by their side through their few remaining days.
Their leaders destroyed by the courier, the fiends scattered throughout the wasteland. Without the organization of Motor Runner, Cook, Violet, and Driver Nephi, they were easy prey.
Though Arcade was proud to have been one of the defenders who turned back the Legion at Hoover Dam, he was crushed by Mr. House's ascent to power. Saddened by the loss of life and liberty in the area, Arcade left the Mojave Wasteland for parts unknown. He was never heard from again.
After Mr. House gained control of New Vegas, he sent a Securitron to Good Springs as a token of appreciation for helping the courier. Victor was a mixed blessing, however, as he continually monitored the town for Mr. House.
Cass lived to see Hoover Dam in its old world glory, humming with power the likes of which the Mojave had never seen. Vegas burned brighter than ever. Securitrons filled the streets, and Cass's heart skipped, just a little. Her last words were to the dam, and to herself. We were going full speed ahead, but facing backwards the whole time.
During the Battle of Hoover Dam, the Great Khans quickly evacuated Red Rock Canyon and headed north and east into the plains.
The only ending where nobody asks you to destroy the Brotherhood is Independent Vegas, but
bolstered by ancient knowledge
I'm probably just going to leave them dead.
And transportation, they carved a mighty empire out of the ruins of the Northwest.
Thanks to the courier and Lily, a cure for the Nightkin schizophrenia was found shortly after Dr. Henry's experiment concluded. Nightkin and other super mutants in the wasteland flocked to Jacobstown, and the town became known as a haven where a mutant could find peace.
Lily continued to take her medicine at half doses, and although she remembered her grandchildren, her mind remained muddled and confused. Eventually, she parted ways with the courier and traveled west, seeking the remnants of her past.
Accusing the kings of lying with a foreign invader for their newfound ties to the NCR, Mr. House punished them by ordering their forced removal. The kings, defiant to the end, were destroyed to the last man by House's Securitrons.
After Ray's brain was transplanted into Rex's cybernetic body, it took Rex some time to adjust to the old scrapyard.
Vegas Brotherhood are definitely arrogant pricks.
Eventually, Rex's mind settled peacefully, melding his own memories with that of long travels with old Lady Gibson.
Shaped up by the courier's advice, the Misfits distinguished themselves during the Legion's attack on Camp Golf. Mags was finally promoted to sergeant, and the rest of the Misfits received an official commendation.
Man, the ending's long.
To serve with distinction for many years.
Though Novak was
3 out of 4, though.
A target for the Legion, many of Novak's citizens died in its defense. In the weeks that followed, several bright followers returned to Novak to help restore its defenses, allowing it to remain independent of NCR.
Though NCR was withdrawing from the region, Boone remained in New Vegas, finding work as a security guard and caravan scout along the highways. While he might have preferred rejoining his old unit, Boone couldn't bring himself to abandon the city where he'd met his wife.
After Hoover Dam, the leaderless powder gangers at the correctional facility vanished into the wastes, leaving the prison empty. The correctional facility became another abandoned ruin in the wasteland, its carcass occasionally picked over by enterprising prospectors.
After the majority of the Vault 19 powder gang
3 out of
joined
4.
the Great Khans, the weaker members scattered throughout the Mojave Wasteland. Though a few
We'll do
managed to
Lonesome
erase their
Road
past,
starting
most
Monday.
never survived the journey.
After Hoover Dam, Sheriff Myers runs Prim with his own style of frontier justice. He deals with most folks fairly, but now and then someone winds up dead with little to no evidence against them.
Despite distinguishing themselves during the Second Battle of Hoover Dam, the Rangers' victory was short-lived due to the Courier's interference. Chief Hanlon personally directed the evacuation of the Rangers to Mojave Outpost as they fell back into NCR territory. Bitter over the waste of life in the Mojave, Hanlon stepped down from his post.
It'll either be Earthbound or more Prey, or more Deus Ex.
Campbell's hawkish, imperialist ways, Hanlon was elected as the Senator of Reading.
After their bold arrival at Hoover Dam, the remnants disappeared.
It's not time to start Prey, I don't think, but
legends of their power spread.
It'll be more Deus Ex or Earthbound, depending on if I can resolve the item hunt before my next stream.
And so the Courier's Road came to an end, for now. In the new world,
There's a little bit left to do before I end today.
Continued, blood was spilled, and many lived and died, just as they had in the old world. Because war never changes.
I think we're gonna jump into Prey after I actually finish New Vegas. All right, let's load up that save again. We're going to kill Mr. House again, and this time we'll go ahead and install Yes Man. See what's left that he wants us to do. See, a big part of it is I don't really mind leaving the Brotherhood dead, because they're the only ones you can't actually bring into the Battle of Hoover Dam anyway, even in the independent Vegas quest line, so I really don't care if they stay alive or not. Yes, man, needs you out of the way.
Your vanity project, doomed to fail.
Time for you to die, Mr. House. All right, there we go. Let's go retrieve Yes Man. Bring him up here. And I will go ahead and see if, like somebody mentioned earlier, I think it was Martin actually, I'll see if Victor has any new dialogue now that House is dead. You see, Jane is gone. Looks like Victor's just gone too. Yeah, I think Victor has just disappeared from the game, too. So there's your answer. No, Victor does not have any new dialogue. He's gone. Just a wee bit of dialogue. We'll be set for today.
Oh, hi again. Can I help you with something else?
Mr. House is out of the picture already.
You already took care of Mr. House? Wow, you work fast.
I'm ready for you to join me at the Lucky 38.
Mr. House is out of the picture and you have the platinum chip? Wonderful. Let's go.
Meet Yes Man at the Lucky 38. Do wild card. Look at that tiny quest log. Almost nothing left. I mean, there really is almost nothing left. Just the last DLC and the last main game ending.
Hi! This is big, huh? A very big moment. Here goes. I'll just take that platinum chip off your hands. Thanks. Wish me luck. Wow. Mr. House had quite a setup here. I can access his databanks and view telemetry on every Securitron on the network. Every Securitron on the network has been upgraded. Pretty neat, huh? The Securitrons at the fort are on standby. I see a status log here confirming that the Mark II OS upgrade installed correctly. They'll be all set to go once we boost my transmitting power and bring them online with the network. But we'll worry about that later.
Goodbye.
Come back later if you need anything. You did a super job wrapping things up, and I'm not just saying that because I have to. Don't you love seeing the Lucky 38 all lit up? Sign of things to come. Exciting news! The Legion's massing troops in a staging area east of the dam. Attack imminent! Monster of the East ready to roll!
I have a few things to take care of before the battle at Hoover Dam.
Sure, no problem. So long as the Legion doesn't attack before you can get there, which I'm sure they won't.
Awesome. So that's all. Now all that's left is our final little bit of, well, nothing. All that's left is the Battle of Hoover Dam and the Lonesome Road DLC. So let's go offload. Let's park ourselves at the entrance to Lonesome Road, and we will end the stream here. That was productive. 3 out of 4 endings. I like it. Fast travel out to Freeside. Hit the transportal ponder, roll to the sink. Oh. Damn it. That's a pain. I forgot I have to dismiss my companions. That's alright, though. We'll do that right quick.
You should have heard Leo, sweetie. He laughed and laughed when that old man in the box exploded.
Time for us to part ways.
Aw, Grandma will miss her little pumpkin. Are you sure?
I'd like you to go back to the Lucky 38 for now.
Nice children shouldn't play in places like that, dearie. That's the sort of place Leo likes. But if you insist...
Gotta dismiss Eddie, too. Return base. Alright. Now we can get out of here. Not that it's strictly necessary, but that's alright. Well, it kind of is necessary, actually, because we will be picking up a bunch of new stuff. After all, we've got a whole expansion to play. So... let's hit the transportal ponder. Let's offload. Not sure how I wound up with a sawed-off shotgun, but it's alright. See, I wanted to hold on to my Remnant's power armor. It's pretty neat. Hey, my plants are ready to harvest. Good timing. I should probably bring more food and water into the DLC with me than I ordinarily would. That makes a lot of sense to me. I think probably 20 waters and 10 food items. Well, I guess I'll drink that sarsaparilla. So let me get 9 more purified waters. That'll be 20. I said 9. And let me get 9 bighorner steaks to bring along. That'll be a total of 10. There we go. I'll drink that sarsaparilla.
Will sir be staying for any...
Repair everything.
Will sir be staying
Sell
for
some
any...
stuff off. Like that sawed-off shotgun. I think we can sell another gold bar at this point too. Let's do that.
Will sir be staying for any...
We can indeed. Perfect. Alright, let's do the basic physical. Lonesome Road does not have any excessively annoying companions. It has an iBot companion that's a lot like Eddie, actually. So, let's get ready. we need to head to the canyon wreckage west of Prim. Actually, I'll go ahead and I'll highlight the reunion as my active quest. Travel to the canyon wreckage near Prim and enter the divide. That's right here. Apparently it's going to drop us right into the center of a bunch of coyotes. Slightly annoying, but they can't do much to us, as you can see. The Divide, Courier 6. You can go home, Courier. Lonesome Road. Alright. We've already been up to the gate. Let's head through. Travel to the Divide. The coordinates you received lead you to this canyon filled with storm-tossed wreckage. Beyond lies the Divide. Lonesome Road is intended for experienced couriers, level 25 or higher. You cannot take companions with you on the road ahead, nor bring any you find out with you. You can carry whatever equipment and gear you have with you without restriction, however. If the journey proves too difficult or you need to resupply, you can retrace your steps and return to the Mojave at any time. If you are prepared, then continue on into the storms of the Divide. History awaits. I'll start the next stream by rereading that and actually heading in. So here we go. A couple of final anchor saves. We'll have Lonesome Road, and then we'll have our final true ending of the game, and we will get rolling with that next time. So, this has been Let's Play Fallout New Vegas. We really are almost done, and that is an amazing feeling. Thank you so much to everyone who joined me live on Twitch. If you're new here and you enjoyed what you saw, I hope you'll hit the follow button so you can see every time we go live in the future. If you're watching later on YouTube, first, if you like the content, I hope you like the video. And second, I realize it can be tough to catch streams live, but if you subscribe to the channel, all of my content eventually makes its way over there, so you shouldn't miss anything. Finally, regardless of the platform you're on, I hope you will consider joining our Discord server. The link to do so is in the Twitch channel description and the YouTube video description. The Discord is where I make official channel announcements, it's where we discuss the games you'd like to see me play, and it's where there's a fun and growing community of people who love video games just like you and me. Off the rest of today, off tomorrow. I haven't made up my mind whether I'll be streaming Saturday or Sunday, but we will have a good long stream this weekend. It'll either be Deus Ex or Earthbound, depending on if I can make progress in Earthbound's item hunt or not. So I hope to see you for that, and we will be back to start off Lonesome Road, New Vegas' final DLC, on Monday evening. Hope to see you all for both of those. Those of you in the States, enjoy the rest of your holiday. Everybody enjoy their Friday, and I will see you sometime this weekend. Take care.